meeting. Welcome, and we're glad you're here tonight. To start us off, we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
indivisible,
and
with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Next up is the electronic meeting procedure. Mr. Chris, can you take us through that, please? Is he here? If not, then...
No, he's not on, Mayor.
Okay, so I believe we had a new executive order, and the electronic meetings are continuing on, and the electric council meeting access and procedures update is just basically that we're continuing under this direction under the executive order 2020-21, so that we are, sorry.
No, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm sorry if I was not able to be heard earlier. You're correct. The new amended executive order number 75 extends the authority of city to continue to have virtual meetings, electronic meetings through the end of June because of the pandemic condition, and as part of council's resolution to authorize having the electronic meeting, it has set forth that policy and the procedural ground rules in its agenda, and the highlights, Your Honor, that we've gone over before are the 3 ways for the public to access and participate in the meeting. There is the Zoom link that they are able to participate through, also by phone, and then they're certainly able to watch the cablecast on WFRN or on YouTube. The one other point of note is that council has been having any public comments during call to audience, whether it's a matter on the agenda or a matter that's not on the agenda. So public comment would happen at that time, with the exception of any type of during a public hearing.
Thank you for that. Basically, we're in a holding pattern on Zoom meetings, and is lifted, and it's month-to-month being provided. So we will happen at the end of moving forward is roll call. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember James.
Here.
Councilmember Mikulski.
Here.
Excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem Leaksay.
Here.
Councilmember Polika. And Mayor Piana.
Here. Next is the approval of the agenda, and there is one new addition to add, 7K, at the end of the regular agenda. Consideration of a resolution proclaiming the city participation in the Water Towns Initiative. We're having a presentation on that, and this is the resolution. Are there any other amendments to the agenda?
Is it possible that we could move 7G to the regular agenda?
Yes. 7G can move to the regular agenda, and that is going to become Any other changes? If not, can we have a motion, please?
We accept the agenda as amended.
Support.
Yeah.
Member James. Oops, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Mayor Pro Tem Leaksay.
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski.
Yes.
Councilmember Polika.
Yes.
And Mayor Piana.
Yes. Moving on, next is presentations. We have 3 presentations tonight, starting at 8, our Oakland County update from County Executive Dave Coulter. On the Zoom call at this time? If not, we can welcome until he comes on.
No, Mayor, I do not see the executive in the attendees.
Okay, so why don't we move on to 5B, community reopening recovery plan.
That is a presentation by the city manager, Mayor. I am attempting to pull his slides and can proceed once I have them if he does not join us.
All right. Our city manager, Joe, is having some technical difficulties at home, so we're going to have Kyle step in. Why don't we go to 5C and start with that? Are we ready to go for the consideration of resolution proclaiming the city of Ferndale a participant in the Water Towns Initiative by CED project planner?
Mayor, Alexis Richards can speak on this. I think the presenter who is going to be joining us is also having technical difficulties. So let me just see if I can't get them on.
Okay. Hold on tight, everybody. If you just joined us, we are waiting to have our assistant city manager and city manager address some technical difficulties for our presenters. Move on to the agenda. I feel like the voice of that hold call when you call your bank.
We need some fancy music.
Okay, Mayor, I have the presentation for cities reopening available, and I will share that and begin walking through it. It is the city manager's presentation, so I may not have all of the same beats as he would have, but I will do my best. So the city manager, myself, and a team of the city's directors have been working and meeting 3 times a week to identify and work through the city's reopening plan. And the city manager, Joe, has come up with a plan that he calls the 3 R's, which is respond, reopen, and recover. So here's sort of the agenda that I will discuss and add commentary where I can. So as we're all aware now, and we've listened to the news and we've seen, the congressional hearings with Dr. Fauci and other professionals, that one of the highest risks of reopening too soon is to see this giant second wave of infection. And so we're being very mindful of what the city leadership does in order to try to mitigate that as best as we can amongst our staff, make sure people stay safe, and make sure that the community has the information and the availability of services that they always do. And so what this means is that this is going to be somewhat a new normal, where we're going to see our businesses, municipalities, organizations, adapt to have social distancing be a part of their business model, to have sanitization be at the forefront of everything that they do, and as always, to keep in mind public health and different things that we can do in order to try to prevent another outbreak. So this is, like I said, our pandemic playbook, which is 3 R's. Respond is where we currently are, and hopefully at the end of respond. And I'm getting a message that the city manager's on. Just a moment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Thanks, Joe. Welcome.
Thanks. Unfortunate computer crash. I'm on a spare right now.
Kyle,
So
I just want to let you know that if are you forwarding the slides? If not, we're still on.
Oh, I am forwarding them, so we must have an issue with the screen share. I will stop and allow Joe to take over.
Okay. I don't have the screen in front of you because I'm on a spare computer. Unfortunately, I don't have the presentation to share my screen. Is it possible?
I will share my screen.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm going to...
Can you all see the presentation now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Has our guest for the Water Towns Initiative arrived? We can move on from this and move on to the 5C. And I also received word that 5A, the presentation from the county executive, is not going to happen tonight and will need to be rescheduled.
Through the chair, Mayor, this is Joe. I'm back. I think if you could, if it's possible to move this to regular agenda and give me some time to get my computer back online.
Okay, we will move this to regular agenda item 8G. This is the last item of the evening. Is everybody okay with that amendment? Friendly amendment to accommodate some technical difficulties here?
Yep, I support that.
Right. Well, 5C, do we have our guest from Water Towns Initiative ready to go with Alexis?
We're still trying to get the guest in. Alexis, if you can just introduce the item while I take a look at our list of attendees and try to get them in.
Yeah. So my name is Alexis Richards, and I am the project planner with the city in the Community and Economic Development Department. So joining us tonight, or well, at least trying to join us tonight, is Chris Bobrek from the Clinton River Watershed Council. He will be going over a short presentation on the Water Towns Initiative. It is a community-based initiative designed to help municipalities improve their water quality, mitigate local climate change effects, and advance water-oriented community development. The goal of this presentation is to provide council with the context needed to approve the proclamation stating that we are participating in the program. The resolution just acts to ensure both the community and council are aware of Ferndale's participation before any projects are actually planned. Did we get Chris on by chance?
I don't believe so, Alexis. I don't see his call-in number, and I don't see his Zoom account.
Joke. One second.
This item has been moved to the regular agenda though as well. And that will give us some time to work on whatever technical difficulties we're having here.
Okay.
Okay. It was actually added to the consent agenda to 7K. So
My
it's a
mistake there.
agenda item.
If I may, I do see a Chris in the list of attendees, Kyle. Perhaps that's him.
No, we checked. That's our neighbor, Chris.
Okay.
All right. Well, at this point, with technical difficulties, if council will be allow it, we can add it to the regular agenda just for a presentation. There won't be any action taken on it other than the resolution. So we're going to move on, and if council is okay with that action too, since we seem to have technical difficulties abound tonight.
If I may, Mayor Piana, that presentation, does it seem feasible to make it presentation, maybe the first item on the agenda item so that it does not have to be the last?
We can do that too. That's a good suggestion. So that will become under the regular agenda item, sorry, be 8A. And everything else down would be bumped to 8B, C, and D.
If that amendment requires a second, I second.
Why don't we do that and then have a roll call quickly?
Mayor Pro Tem Leaksmay,
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski,
Yes.
Councilmember Polika,
Yes.
Councilmember James,
Yes.
and Mayor Piana.
Yes. All right. Next is call to council, and we allow 30 minutes for residents to say whatever they would like, and we have a rule change. You can talk about any item on the agenda and off the agenda. We are going to be going through two approaches for the Zoom calls as well as people on the phone. Our assistant city manager is going to be managing this process for our residents who'd like to make a comment. And I'm going to hand this over to Assistant City Manager Kyle Paulette to take us through this process. Starting with Zoom call.
So for those on the Zoom call, you now have the ability to raise your hands if you would like to speak. And the way that you do that is to click on participants down at the bottom of your screen. That should pull up a window on the right side of your screen. And at the bottom of that, it should say raise hand. Now, while you take a look at that, we do have our first raised hand, and it is former council member Julia Music. Go ahead, Julia.
Hi, folks. I'm over here at headquarters. I don't know if you can see my picture. Got my little pride flag out. But I just got back from the Hazel Park City Council meeting, and they were talking about Pride Month, so I thought I'd pop in over here and talk about what we're doing in Ferndale. We are having a contest called We're Home, We're Here, and I can send the link if there's a place to send it to for the city to put it up as well. And that is a contest where you decorate your home in any pride way you want. Rumor is Kara Circle has a 25-foot polar bear, so there might be a bear pride aspect going on. But we're doing rainbows over on our street, and you take a picture, you post it in our contest, and for a 20-mile radius, we'll deliver prizes to some winners. But we are encouraging people from all over the world to join us, and we'll see how people celebrate their pride from home. Some people have asked me about flags. I do have a distributor that's willing to work with me to get some flags over here if we can't get them to affirmations on time. So I'll have more information about that within the next 24 hours on the Pride Facebook page. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Anne. Anne, you're unmuted. And you may have to, down in the left hand of your screen, click unmute.
Hi, good evening. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
It's interesting that I'm not Ann Brazy. This is the Clinton River Watershed Council.
Oh, well, welcome.
So, thank you very much. I apologize, but I finally got on. And yes, Ann Brazy is the executive director. But I'll sit back. I'm here, and I'll wait till my turn comes. Thanks.
Yes, we slated you under the regular agenda, so we're going to go through call to audience as well as the regular or the consent agenda. So thank you for standing by.
Next, Mayor, we have former Councilman Dennis Whitey.
Welcome, Dennis.
Hope you can hear me. This must be former council people night between me and Julia. Anyways, I just want to let you know I'm on the Zoom meeting basically so that if there's any questions with respect to the brownfield redevelopment potential appointment, I know it's customary that generally applicants pop in the council chambers to answer any questions or anything, and so this is my way of doing that through Zoom. So that's the first thing. Second thing is everybody's doing a great job. Our city employees have been great. I've seen our police and fire out there. Our DPW has been just absolutely wonderful to deal with. And so I just want to say everybody within Ferndale, especially our city staff, are like the best. So just want to pass that forward because sometimes we don't hear enough positive stuff, only complaints. So this one, I want to make sure that they all get good credit for everything they're doing and for what you're doing and leading us through it. So, and I'll mute myself now. And if you got questions later, feel free.
Thank you, Dennis, for joining us and for the kind words.
And that's everybody who raised their hand, Mayor. And I will now go to the call-ins. And I'm going to walk through each call-in and allow opportunity to speak. Right now we have one phone listener. That's last four digits 3145. Go ahead.
Good evening. This is Mike Flores. Can you hear me?
Good evening. Welcome, Mike.
Thank you. Buenas noches. Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Augusto Mike Flores on Whittington Street, and I am pro Ferndale. First, I would like to thank the Ferndale Memorial Association for continuing the Memorial Day tradition of honoring the men and women who gave their lives to protect our freedoms, the fragile freedoms that allow many of us to be in this room. The remembrance was different, limited to association members, but extremely important to recognize the lives lost and to continue the plus 100-year tradition of honoring those who made the ultimate sacrifice. Secondly, I would like to thank the city manager and the finance director for taking time to meet with me last week. I was able to gain further insight on the methodologies utilized for city finances and budgets. Of course, in an hour, one is unable to grasp the complexities of city finances. However, I have a better understanding of the framework based on my own financial background. But truly, this experience truly illustrates why the city of Ferndale has the best employees in the region. Third, I would like to continue to urge Council for financial prudence as we continue to operate in uncertain times. Delay expenditures where possible, avoid multi-year contractual commitments for easy exits, and focus on foresight as additional economic turbulence is expected into the end of the year. Continuing with the theme of finance, when will Council address the $2 million general fund loan to the parking fund to address the DOT shortfalls? I gained additional clarity on best practices for inner-city loans, and the mayor outlined on February 10th that she wanted in writing exactly how this was going to function. The line item is on the budget approved by Council, but I do not recall any discussion around it. Further explanation would be greatly appreciated. Continuing with the DOT project, the request funds from the DOT forfeiture account, was that planned since project inception, or is this a strategy to reduce the overall shortfall of this project? The reason for my question is the idea of a self-sustaining project. The DOT was narrowly accepted by the community due to its promise of self-sustainability or self-sustaining. However, as the project has progressed, the city subsidies seem to increase the exposure of it not being self-sustaining. Lastly, after further reviewing the budget, the drug forfeiture account shows revenues depending on more than $500,000 in federal and state grants. Has this been realized, or is it anticipated? And if not realized, does this put the expenditures like the DOT security system at risk as federal and state governments look to close their own budget shortfalls this year? As always, I thank everybody for your time this evening.
Thank you, Mike, for your comments. Next, Kyle. Anybody
Mayor,
else?
we don't have any other call-ins at this time, and I don't see any additional raised hands.
Okay. Well, I appreciate everybody who's joined us tonight and working through the Zoom call to audience. I know we're all eager to get back into the council chambers and resume normal human interactions with engagement with your council. Until then, we will continue this, and I appreciate you participating. Moving on to the agenda is the consent agenda. And I'm going to read all the items. And just to remind folks that 7G has been removed to become on the regular agenda, and we've added 7K, consideration of the resolution, but I believe that needs to be under the presentation with the Water Towns Initiative. So we're going to put that I think we approved putting that already with the presentation as it's been reordered due to technical difficulties. All right, so starting with 7A, approval of minutes of regular council virtual meeting held May 11th, 2020 as submitted by City Clerk. 7B, approval of the proclamation of June 2020 as Gay Pride Month as submitted by Director of Special Events. 7C, approval of the intergovernmental agreement for water service between the City of Pleasant Ridge and the City of Ferndale for the Iron Ridge development as submitted by the Planning Manager. 7D, approval of the agreement between Beaumont Health and the City of Ferndale to provide voluntary COVID-19 antibody testing for employees, council members, and contractors at the cost to the city of less than $2,160 as submitted by the Human Resource Director. 7E, approval of updated Ferndale Downtown Development Authority bylaws as submitted by the Downtown Development Authority Director. 7F, approval of the purchase of 8 automatic external defibrillators for the Ferndale Fire Department Cardiac Program charged to the capital outlay account 101-336-977 and the amount of $28,852 as submitted by the Fire Chief. 7G, approval of the Pay C and Grand Trunk Western 9,310 for railroad crossing single maintenance, expense to be charged to the Major Streets Fund, Traffic Services, account number 202-476-775, as submitted by the Deputy Director. 7H, approval of the purchase and installation of the security plan for the DOT in the amount of $75,000 to be paid with monies from the Drug Forfeiture Fund, account 265-000-977-000, as submitted by City Manager. And 7I, approval of the bills and payrolls as submitted by the City Manager's office and subject to review by the Council Finance Committee. What is the pleasure of council?
Mayor, I move that we accept the consent agenda item as presented.
I'll second.
Support.
Excellent. Madam Clerk, can we have vote call on that, please?
Councilmember Mikulski?
Yes.
Councilmember Polika?
Yes.
Councilmember James?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May?
Yes.
And Mayor Piana.
Yes. Next is the regular agenda, and the first item is 8A, consideration of resolution to support of the suspension of the 2020 Woodward Dream Cruise by the Woodward Dream Cruise, Inc. Board of Directors. And who is introducing that from staff? Joe, I need you to unmute.
Mayor and council, have I made it through? I
Good
think.
to see you.
This is, I'm running out of laptops. This is number 3. So, thank you, and I apologize for my lateness. Yeah, I'm happy to introduce this. So Ferndale has actually been working with all managers across the corridor to try to coordinate a common framework for how we would respond and how we would how we would respond to the COVID crisis in terms of special events and also the Woodward Dream Cruise. And so each city, I believe, is the intention of submitting a resolution that would reemphasize discontinuing any local sub-events of the Dream Cruise, and also recommending that the Dream Cruise Board contemplate declaring a suspension of the cruise for 2020, but to, of course, encourage it to resume in 2021. The reason being is specifically related to public health and best guidance as it relates to our public health officials in the CDC, which continue to discourage social distancing. And we believe that what we know to be true about the cruise, it is pretty common to generate crowds either in the Woodward medians or spectators or crowds along the right-of-way. And all city councils, I believe, and all cities across the corridor are concerned about putting our public and our first responders in proximity to those if they don't really need to go. So this resolution is a resolution of support for that direction, and it's for council to consider.
Excellent. Thank you for that. And if I may, just to add some context here from the mayor angle, is that I've also been working with the mayors along the corridor, having meetings every other week just to make sure that we're supporting one another. And events, special events has definitely been a topic, and the Woodward Dream Cruise definitely falls under that. And a majority of us, or all of us, are worried about a second wave and trying to make sure that we eliminate or mitigate a second wave of increases of cases later in the year. And while disappointing with all of our events basically canceled by the end of August, this certainly is disappointing to everyone, but it's important to do that. So, and just as a reminder, I have received emails and Facebook messages about the city canceling this. The city did cancel our sub-events weeks ago, and this is about the big overall event, regional event, multi-city event, and the cities are signaling their interest to the board of directors and the executive director of that board. So a resolution puts us in with all the other cities who have passed them and are planning to pass them this week.
Yes, Mayor, and I would just close with the remark that if and once this resolution is adopted by council, it will be shared with all the entities listed in the resolution, as well as the Dream Cruise Board for consideration, so we can all, with strength in numbers, be consistent and uniform about our encouragement for discouraging social distancing and encouraging a delay of the cruise.
Opening up to council, are there any questions? Or if not, we need a motion.
Madam Mayor, if there are no questions, I would move that we accept the resolution.
I support.
Motion by Councilwoman James and supported by Councilwoman Mikulski. Madam Clerk, can we have vote call, please?
Councilmember Polika?
Support.
Councilmember James?
Support.
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May?
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski?
Yes.
And Mayor Piana?
Yes. All right, moving on, we are going to regular agenda item 8B, consideration of May appointments to the city boards and commissions. Madam Clerk, would you like to introduce that?
Sure. As you may recall,
Your Honor, might I interrupt for a minute for a point of procedure? I think we were going to put the water presentation at the beginning of the regular agenda.
Thank you.
Yep.
It was moving on in habit mode. At this time, we are going to put aside 8B and come back to that, and we're going to invite our speaker from Watertown's Initiative. Can we have him join?
Yeah, I'll introduce him real quick. So we have Chris Bobrick on with us tonight from the Clinton River Watershed Council, and he will be giving a quick overview presentation on the Watertowns Initiative and kind of just giving you guys the information needed to approve the resolution declaring our participation. So with that, I will pass it over to Chris.
Hi, good evening again. Thank you for the patience and time. I appreciate that. I will try to share my screen. I have a short presentation for everyone. So again, my name is Chris Bobrick. It's not Ann Brazy. Ann Brazy happens to be our executive director, fearless leader, we like to call her. But I'm the watershed planner for the Clinton River Watershed Council. And so tonight is just a quick presentation about how the part that Ferndale is going to take in that Water Towns initiative. Just a quick reminder of those who may not be familiar with our organization. But our mission statement is to protect, enhance, and celebrate not only the Clinton River Watershed Council, but also Lake St. Clair and water resources that are affiliated with that, with the water. We live in one of the most urbanized watersheds in the state of Michigan, and it's a very large watershed. We have 72 communities that we work with. We have 9 fantastic employees that are there to run education, ecological restoration, and stewardship practices. And the Water Towns Initiative is kind of the is a very strong initiative that everything is an umbrella initiative, that everything falls underneath that. We are funded by the Fred and Barbara M. Erb Family Foundation. And the mission of this initiative, the mission of this program, it's a community-based program that tries to leverage certain assets of water resources. We do that through the lens of green infrastructure. But outside of green infrastructure, we also look at the arts and ecology of what water means to society. So we also have an educational component and another stewardship component to that Water Towns initiative. A couple of highlights I'd like to show tonight is that we have a $5,000 mini grant that's associated with being a part of this program. And another part, I always like to try and emphasize that this is no cost to any community. It's at no cost, and you get $5,000. Now, it's a matched mini grant, but it's to help initiate a green infrastructure project or an art project that's centered around water resources. This is to help communities formulate partnerships. And I have sustainability written there, but it's also about resilience, especially in uncertain times, weather-wise, in fact, that we really have to concentrate on learning from nature in order to handle what nature's going to give us. And this is another type of program that's going to help some of these communities work through that. You're lucky to be the 22nd community for this program. We accept about 2 new communities per year. This rundown of how the program works. We're at the resolution stage, which is here tonight with you. We tacked on about a 5-year renewal. I'd like to come back, be able to illustrate to the council what we have done and how we've done it. The mini grant stipulation, 2 growing seasons. We really want you to use that $5,000. So we can look at a project that's about $10,000 in scope with either a monetary match or an in-kind match. Some of your time, volunteers, we rely heavily on to get some of these green infrastructure projects into the ground. And again, it's not just about green infrastructure, but we also want to look at the art, history, and ecology of water and how it relates to how we use our land. These last few slides are just a few examples of surrounding communities. This is Centerline. And the left image, we see 4 green squares. Those are rain gardens. This parking lot was at the end of its life, and so they wanted to redesign it with low impact development. So in the top right, we see a rendering of pervious pavers with some new asphalt in there. And on the bottom right is what the parking lot used to look like. And went under bid, and we're hoping that this project will take place. Here's Huntington Woods. This is a great example of how a community can use their $5,000. This is the design phase. This is the actual implementation. We had volunteers come in and help and expediently plant all 200 of these plants. They used a quarter of that amount of money, and the rest of it is going to be used for maintenance over the next 4 years. So that's one way to look at utilizing that mini grant. Clinton Township, another parking lot that end of its life. This is how it was redesigned, and this is the new parking lot. And we'll see that they have incorporated some of these parking lot islands, just an inverted island to capture the water as opposed to shedding it away from it. And planted with native plants as well. This is Sterling Heights, same concept, parking lot islands. Really what we look to do with each community is find a theme, whether we look at parks or we look at municipal campuses. We really would like to work with public accessible areas, and we collaborate with Dr. Don Carpenter from Drummond Carpenter Research and Engineering Associate. They actually come in, design, and give you the renderings of what some of these structures could look like. The end product of this is a USB memory stick that's filled with computations of how much water is retained per green infrastructure element, how much money that will cost to implement each aspect. And a lot of information that's involved can be used to help support some ancillary grants that you would like to apply for. It's always good to have something to substantiate your goals. Or you can actually implement it yourself, again, using that $5,000 minimum. We look at this as a long-term partnership, not just here and here you go. I would like to see this as a long, lasting partnership. So with that, we can find volunteers, we can host workshops, we can find resources for you. We have the technical expertise to help you along, public presentations, and I'll mention one more time that $5,000 mini grant, which I hope you will use. So with that, that's all I have for you, and I appreciate your patience there. And I'll take any questions, please.
Thank you, Chris, for your presentation. Are there any questions from council?
I have a quick question. Do you have a list of projects that you think would fit well with the city of Ferndale besides just the permeable pavers?
Yes, we do. We met with some of the planners and director. We actually looked at some of those sites already, and Dr. Carpenter has went out with his team to actually take photographs for those renderings. So we are well on our way. Some of the structures that we would be looking at would incorporate rain gardens and bioswales. Bioswales are just longer, linear rain gardens in larger scale. But we also like to include pervious pavers. And I'm not quite sure what they looked at, but we'll see in the next few weeks what they've actually rendered.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
If there are no more questions from council, we need to entertain a motion for that resolution that was taken from the consent agenda. and added consideration of resolution proclaiming the city participation in the Water Towns Initiative. Is there a motion to support this resolution?
I motion that we approve the resolution proclaiming the City of Ferndale a participant in the Water Towns Initiative as submitted by the CED project planner.
Support.
Any other comments from council?
I really love this. That's my comment. It fits with our sustainability goals and our stormwater management goals. So it seems like a huge win for the city.
I concur with Councilwoman Mikulski. I love the Herb Foundation. They were one of my funders when I worked in the nonprofit world, and helping cities offset the cost of putting in green infrastructure is well needed, particularly in these times of financial uncertainty. So appreciate you coming to our council meeting tonight to bring us into the fold.
Thank you. I appreciate it, your time, patience, and thank you. Hopefully we'll see you again soon.
Excellent. Madam Clerk, can we have vote call, please?
Councilmember James?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May?
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski?
Yes.
Councilmember Polika?
Yes.
And Mayor Piana?
Yes. All right. Moving on to regular agenda item, consideration of May appointments to city boards and commissions. Madam Clerk, can you introduce this, please?
Yes, thank you so much. As you'll recall, we had closed our boards and commissions application process for a while earlier this year to kind of reorganize how it's done, to improve transparency and kind of expedite the process so folks weren't putting in an application that really never went anywhere. So as you'll recall, we changed the process to having all applications submitted between the 1st and the 15th of each month. Communications had posted all vacancies on our city website and our social media pages, and we had a number of applicants. We also reached out to people who had previously applied or using the old system, since we haven't fully integrated yet into the new Granicus module. We wanted to make sure that everybody had their opportunity to reapply or re-express their interest if they were interested in serving. On the 15th, I compiled all of those that we had heard from and sent them on to Mayor Piana for further evaluation, and that is where my part in this ends.
Excellent. Thank you for that. So this was the first go around of the new process, and I appreciate everybody's patience getting us back on track to appointments and using the new system. Behind the scenes, there were little bumps along my part of reading some internal documents. I won't go into it here, but some kinks will be worked out for next go around. But I'm excited that we had so many participate in the new system, and it looks like it's going to work very well. And I'm pleased with the ease of I think applicants are having in the process, and myself included. I'm not getting multiple emails from staff for each board and commission before each council meeting, and so I get one email from the clerk now with all the applicants, and it's a huge difference for the mayor. So going through appointments, it's really about how many openings, how many applicants, and finding the right fit. Not all the boards and commissions are equal, meaning that the planning commission, we have a very professionalized planning commission, and we look to balance it out. For example, we don't want all urban planners on our planning commission. We look for land use lawyers, construction, engineering, architects, as well as planners. And so those are all, as an example, taken in consideration. I also work with each council person where needed to get feedback on an applicant as well. So working through that process will be going forward as well. So I look forward to comments or questions from council on the slate of applicants or candidates up for appointment this evening. And if there's no questions, we can have a motion and then we can talk, have
Do we
debate.
happen to know if any of the candidates besides Dennis are here?
It's a good question.
The participant role.
I know some people were going to be chiming in.
I see Kelly Kachnowski is here.
And also Rachel Zabak.
Both should be able to unmute now if they'd like to say anything.
Hello, can you hear me?
Is this Rachel? We'll start with Rachel first. Welcome,
This
Rachel.
is Rachel, thank you. So to confirm, this is the bit for appointments to the commission?
That's correct. Thanks for joining tonight.
Of course, thank you for having me. You just wanted me to say a few words?
If you would like to, yeah.
Of course, thank you. Well, thank you all for presenting me with this wonderful opportunity to help better our community. By sharing my personal experience with disability and learning from the insights of others on the commission, my hope is to help our city council make Ferndale a more welcoming and accessible place for everyone to live. So long as the motion for my appointment is approved, I'm honored to accept my appointment to the Ferndale Accessibility and Inclusion Commission.
Thank you. We're excited to have you and thank you for volunteering.
It's my pleasure.
All right, Kelly, thank you for joining us tonight.
Hi, thank you for having me and thank you for considering me for the Parks Commission. I just wanted to say I've lived here for 15 years. I love the city. Excited for the opportunity to volunteer my time and help make the city a better place. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you for volunteering. All right, is there a motion from council?
I would be remiss in not pointing out that we should probably give Dennis the opportunity to say a little something too.
Thank you. For some reason, I'm not seeing everybody in the Zoom window, so I can't see. I don't know why. It's very strange.
Well, first off, thank you, Councilwoman Mikulski, on that. I have nothing much to add. Everybody knows me, knows I've been around forever and a day in Ferndale, and I love it, and I'm never leaving. But I would like to continue my service to the city of Ferndale by serving on the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority. It's a position that is extremely important, I know, within the city, and I'm ready to go if this appointment gets approved. So I appreciate it.
Yes. Thank you, Dennis, for being here and also continuing your volunteer work with the city. We appreciate your talents, continuing them on.
Mayor Piana, if I may, you may only be looking at the list of panelists. There's another tab that says attendees, and it shows 26 participants. So you may only be looking at a partial list.
Thank you. I will figure that out in a moment. All right. Anybody, any other comments from council?
I'll just say generally that this is, frankly, this is kind of an exciting batch that we have here. I don't know everyone who has submitted applications, but the folks that I know are great assets to the city. I'm happy to see them take this different step to get involved. I know some of these folks have been involved maybe informally with these commissions before taking this official step, and we are lucky to have so many involved residents.
If I may add, I concur, Councilwoman James, and as Mayor Piana will agree, this is the most number of candidates that we've ever considered in an evening.
Yes, it's exciting. It's good to see.
Very good to see.
All right. Let's wrangle up a motion here.
All right, no one wants to read all the names, so I'll do it. I will, I'll lump them all together, I assume. I'll move to confirm the mayoral appointment of Rachel Zabak and Charles Hall to the Accessibility and Inclusion Commission for a term ending December 31st, 2022, and confirm the mayoral appointment of Lauren Ossuch and Mary Kearney to the Arts and Cultural Commission for a term ending December 31st, 2021, and confirm the mayoral appointments of Leah Deasy and Dennis Whitey to the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority for terms ending December 31st, 2022, and confirm the mayoral appointment of, Nicole's going to kill me because I actually know her, but I don't know how to pronounce her last name, La Douceur Janowitz, to the Environmental Sustainability Commission for a term ending December 31st, 2021, and confirm the mayoral appointment of Kelly Kachnowski to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission for a term ending December 31st, 2022, and confirm the council appointment of Phil Payton as member of the Southwest Quadrant to the Sidewalk Hardship Committee for a term ending December 31st, 2021, and confirm the mayoral appointment of Dan Martin to the Ferndale Housing Commission for a term ending May 5th, 2025.
Support.
Excellent. Madam Clerk, can we have vote call, please?
Councilmember Polika?
Yes.
Councilmember James?
Yes.
Mayor Pretend Leaks May?
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski?
Yes.
And Mayor Piana?
Yes. Thank you, everybody, for your support and patience as we navigated this new process. All right, moving on to regular agenda item 8C, consideration of the approval of contract with Amelia Technologies USA to provide recreation management software services for the Parks and Recreation Department with relevant annual and one-time charges deducted from account 101-805-818 and recurring credit card fees to be deducted from account 101-805-815. And we have our Parks and Rec Director tonight to introduce this item?
No, that'll be me. This is Emmanuel from Ferndale Parks and Rec.
Ah, excellent. Thank you, Manuel.
All right. Good evening, everybody. So we are here requesting the approval of our contract with Amelia Technologies USA to provide recreation management software. When we're talking about recreation management software, it is what we use to develop our classes online, to register people for classes, to take rentals and all that stuff. So it is a vastly important part of the Parks and Recreation field as an industry now. As council knows, in 2017, we brought on a new director and deputy director. At the same time, we started to attend more conferences and things like that. The benefits that we got out of those conferences, two of the biggest things that we saw with regards to our current recreation management software is that, number one, we were paying way too much for it, and number two, it wasn't delivering on the capabilities that some of the other competitors were able to deliver on. So that started our process in seeking out new recreation management software options. We went through a year-long process that involved a number of different vets and a number of different ways that we whittled it down, and we ended up choosing Amelia after that process. Amelia is significantly cheaper than what we are currently paying with our current recreation software provider, and they have vastly superior aesthetics, and we believe that it'll make it a lot easier for our community to be able to interact with us as the recreation department and be able to register for classes, keep up with everything that's going on and things like that. To talk a little bit about Amelia and what they have to offer, I have William from Amelia, who should be on the call right now, right?
Yes, hello everybody. Thank you, Emmanuel. I appreciate the introduction. Hi, I'm William. I'm from Amelia. I would normally share a video, but this is 3.5 months into quarantine and my hair is ridiculous. it's incredibly distracting. So I won't distract everybody. I've been asked to give 5 or 10 minutes, just a quick highlight on how we're hoping to help the community. So I'll just jump right in and we'll take it from there if that's all right with everybody. Let me just.
Is he able to share his screen?
I am gonna give that a good old college try. Hold on. All right, hopefully everybody's seeing that. Can I get some verification?
Yes, can see your screen.
Amazing, thank you so much. So in a few minutes or less, I just wanted to cover a couple things. Obviously, as Emmanuel alluded to, there was a long process and many demos and RFP, et cetera, et cetera. So there's only so much we can get done in 5 or 10 minutes. But one of the things that I think really sets SmartRec apart, and this, which is the product, where we really hang our hat is really helping organizations interact better with the community. Many of you, I'm sure all of you probably have shopped with Amazon or with some other online retailer, and there's sort of a base level that many in communities now are expecting. So one of the first things that we work with our agency partners on is just mastering the client experience, and one of those things involves embedding the actual storefront or the registration processes directly into the website. So I was asked to kind of give an example of a customer. So this is just one of our customers in Texas, Louisville, and you're able to see here we're on their website. So if the agency does a great job and gets their name out there, and someone ends up on the community website, they're going to be able to sign up to a program without needing to look around. So this has a few benefits. The biggest being is there's just less options for people to get confused, which means you're more likely to get people into your programming and get your services out there. It's also a lot simpler to use. So again, they can navigate around. They're looking for a program. They're able to go ahead and go through the entire process. Most importantly, this is this is optimized for any mobile device. So I've been with the company about 6 years, and every year the number of interactions we see with our software via mobile, either phone or tablet, increases exponentially. I think we're about 60% of all transactions now happen from phones or tablets. So it's very, very critical that the software handles that. Something we do well. We'll look at that in just a quick second. Oh, and by the way, I am home. It is evening time, and my dog always waits for wonderful moments to bark. So I just wanted to preface that. I'll jump over here to a store example, and I will actually just go ahead here and log myself back in. Oh, there, of course.
Don't worry, we've had kitty sightings.
Yeah.
On council members, so.
Really, yeah, this is great. My wife's out, so I'm stuck with my daughter's actually watching an iPad, but she's being good, so that's great. If you'll hold on just 1 second, I'm really sorry. Sorry about that. Okay, so this is the storefront experience. So your residents will be able to navigate around. And again, some of the most important pieces is just the ease of use. So the software is very versatile. So if I wanted to sign up to a summer programming, they're able to find the program. Let's say I wanted a spring and summer program. This mini sport launchers looked interesting. If I go to register, in this example, I'm already logged right in. So this is my giant fake family. So I'll register one of my kids there, Chucky Norrisley's one of my favorites. The software is able to do things like suggesting items. So, in these examples, it's merchandise items, but it also makes it a lot easier for the agency to just keep track of things. For example, before and after care when dealing with kids or and things of that nature. So if I'll go ahead and press continue, what's great about this is that it's also very much a shopping experience that most of us are used to. So if I click continue shopping, I'm able to go here and see other things that are available. So maybe I'm interested in renting a facility. There's nothing worse than a facility sitting empty. So what's really cool is the software, the front end that we're looking at here, interfaces in real time with the facility calendar of each of your actual facilities, and makes it available, assuming, of course, that the folks over at Rec want to do that, makes it available for residents to view and book things. So for example, if I was interested in booking a soccer field for me and my friends, I could see, oh great, there's a soccer field. I see a little picture of it, looks really fantastic. Notice that there is some description. It says the only rule is to be cool, so I think I can handle that hopefully. And then I see again some options here. So maybe I want it for 3 hours because me and my buddies want it for that. And then I click here into June is the first availability. So we handle all of the complexity of resident pricing if necessary, or buffers for them and things of that nature. So I wanted an evening session there. And then we're even able to allow them to select how they want it. Do I want to play soccer or football or free play? Maybe I want it configured by the park staff for a soccer game. So I'll go ahead and press book now. Again, add it to the cart and continued on. Couple other quick items. What's really cool too is I'm kind of giving you like I had something in mind. I'm here to register to camp, so I started right there. But oftentimes your residents might not know specifically what they're looking for, or maybe they don't care if there's camps available. They have a 3-year-old and they want to only look at programs available for 3-year-olds. So we also offer multiple ways for your residents to find what they're looking for. For example, if I have a 3-year-old, I can filter the entire catalog of programming that's available just by that component. And maybe my wife and I, we work, and there's only maybe 1 day a week that we're available. So you know what, let's see if there's 3-year-old programming on Saturdays only, and then I see this is wonderful, there's Saturday music in the park. So I could go ahead and sign myself and the family up to that and have a great time. So quickly proceeding with the checkout. So at this point, it's something that most of us are used to experiencing. Again, buying a camp, registering to a soccer field. There's even options to set up a fundraising campaign, so help us build a new park. I can make a donation if I wanted to. Provide my information. And then, of course, here for Chucky, there's a form to fill out. This is fully customizable. This is built into the software, and oftentimes agencies require to buy this as an extra software. So this is built right in. Things like even signing a waiver. Of course, for camp, we always like to keep it kind of fun and silly. So, agree or we'll feed your child to a barrel, just normal stuff. Things like emergency contacts and parental contacts, continuing on. And then again, just normal things that people are used to experiencing, the ability to save a credit card on file. Of course, we don't store any of that data. Amelia itself is actually PCI compliant level 1. For those of you who are familiar, it's the highest level of security available in the industry, and we're actually independently certified every year. So I'll go ahead here and accept the terms and conditions. Proceed to pay now. And then I've got a confirmation screen. Normal stuff happens here. We'll send an invite, a confirmation email rather. The client could print this out. And then, of course, this is kind of fun. They can also share to Facebook, so it interfaces with their feed and allows the community to, tag their friends, let them know they registered to things or signed up to programming. So a really great way as well. And I'll show just one other component, and then I'll let you all get back to your session here. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to connect my my phone really briefly. As I alluded to, I said this is a kind of a critical piece. So bear with me here. It'll take about 30 seconds. There we go. And okay, so yeah, of course, that's my daughter. What's also really great is they're also able to download an app. And a few things that we've done in response to actually COVID-19 and to support agencies requiring either more physical distancing or just requirements to cancel. We've also created the ability for them to automate cancellation via the app. So if a resident could download the app, and if allowed to by the team over at Rec, they'd be able to not only see their schedule of what they've registered to and where they need to be, but they're also able to cancel their registrations for programming according to whatever rules that the Rec team sets up for the system to follow. So very sophisticated and allows for a lot of flexibility on the part of the recreation agency. And of course, this is an optional feature, but one that we've got a lot of fantastic feedback on. Additionally, residents can leverage the app to sign in and out of facilities, so scan in, scan out, as well as for digital membership card, for example, or check in, check out to programming. And then staff are also able to have the software on the go. So frontline staff will be able to see where they need to work, see their roster for the day, take attendance, et cetera, et cetera. Obviously, I could go on for quite a long while, so I'll press pause there. If there aren't any questions, I'll let everybody get back to their evening.
Thank you very much, William, for the thorough overview. Emmanuel, anything else from you at this time?
No, I would just ask if council has any questions or anything in regards to this.
Are there any questions from council at this time?
I have some questions, actually a laundry list of questions. And the first one I think would probably be directed to, well, it could probably go to either Emmanuel or to the representative from Amelia. How is this software different than RecPro?
And RecPro that we used before, we currently use Active. Are you asking with regards to the other?
I'm asking about RecPro, which is not what we use since we use Active.
Right.
Only because I'm more familiar with RecPro, so I was just wondering if there's key differences.
One of the main differences between RecPro and a lot of other agencies, RecPro hasn't made the upgrade to go to a browser-based system, so they're completely dependent on their app, which will function on a user's desktop. We'd be able to use it in the office, for instance, but they wouldn't have any mobile capabilities. We wouldn't be able to use it outside of the office because it has to rest on a computer rather than being on a browser.
So when you say that, are you saying that the Parks and Rec staff would have to use it on a desktop?
Yes.
Okay. Here's another one. How many transactions per year are we expecting to run through this system?
I don't have the numbers for that. I want to say that we run, I don't even want to guess. No, I can't answer that. I'm not sure.
Okay.
That's a good question, though. Can we find that out?
Yes, I'll get in contact with Lisa and Lorena and see if they assist me with that.
Particularly in comparison.
Hello, excuse me. Can you, Lisa?
Hi, Lisa. Thanks for
for us, I don't think focusing on the transactions more than the number of people interacting with the program as far as our registrations. One transaction can have 5 to 10 registrations on it per person. So that would look like one transaction, but really I got 5 to 10 events going on one transaction.
Sure.
So, for example, if you look at our youth soccer program, that alone had over 200 registrants.
Okay.
So by each individual event or class, as far as how many people are registered. You'll have some people that are registered 5 or 6, people under one name, and that'd be one transaction. But yet still that'd be 5 or 6 registrants.
Okay. Well, you know where I'm going with that, right? Basically, I'm looking for an average transaction cost and how much we're planning on losing per transaction, including our merchant fees, because I understand that those are separate from our processing fees and the per transaction fee.
Lisa?
Per transaction fee?
Well, not just the per transaction fee. I'm talking about a sort of a due diligence assessment of how much we're planning on basically losing on a transaction basis to merchant fees, which we understand is not part of this due diligence table assessing everything, but merchant fees, processing fees, plus our per transaction fee. That's where I was basically going with it.
Can I quickly jump in? I believe there's no, I have to double check, but I'm almost positive there was no per transaction fee. So SmartRec is on an annual license. I don't know if that helps.
Well, it looks like we have a 30 cents per transaction fee.
That's a merchant services fee. So online credit cards typically charge, there's a percentage and then a transaction.
Lisa, can you confirm that? Lisa or Emmanuel?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So in that case, with our due diligence table here, why are we seeing 0 per transaction fee for RecPro and MyRec? Because those would also have to incur a merchant transaction fee.
Lisa, I'm not as familiar with the RecPro offering, Lisa.
So this is RecPro's functionality was not as good as Amelia. We did check with other rec agencies as well as cross-check with other people before we went to break it down to 3. When we went with the process, RecPro across the board was not as well received by other communities as well, as far as functionality, as far as the overall things that we needed to conduct day-to-day business, as well as interact with our volunteer coaches. Just the things that are offered by Amelia far and exceed what RecPro was offering.
Out of curiosity, who did you check with? Which communities around here?
I would have to, oh dang it. I would have to reference all my notes.
Okay.
To tell you what all communities we referenced. But yes, we did. I also went on the last conference that we had. We also checked with many of those communities there across the nation as well as the next closest community. I don't want to say it off the top of my head, but yes, it was a couple of communities that are also around in our area that their staff did not speak favorably of RecPro, and we're looking to get out of their contract.
Okay.
We also had RecPro as our recreation management software provider prior to our current one, which is active. Prior to 2014, we were using RecPro, and we made part of the reason we made that switch was because of the versatility that active brought to the table over what RecPro was offering.
Okay.
Through the chair too, I can speak to RecPro's challenges in terms of technology and security. They were way behind the scenes when we separated from them in 2014. At the time, they hadn't made any investments in web-based applications or cloud-based computing. They were still requiring the city to locally host and buy a server, locally host the application, and have local installs of the application, which is just backwards. I'm not sure if they've actually evolved, but at the time they said that wasn't on their 5-year roadmap. So they didn't really have the technical capacity at the time. I can't speak for this current time, but I can say we were not impressed prior to active. There was a reason why we separated.
Sure. I would assume that they've probably updated within the past 5 years. And the reason I keep on going back to this is because our neighbor to the north, Royal Oak, they use RecPro. Sterling Heights uses RecPro. Clinton Township uses RecPro. Chesterfield uses RecPro. My contact in Malibu, California also confirmed that they use RecPro. I know they're a smaller city than us, but they do have a robust service line through their Parks and Rec. Both Sterling Heights as well as Malibu confirmed that RecPro costs about $3,300 yearly for their annual cost, and there's no per transaction fees. I hate to belabor the per transaction fee here, but the table that was provided within the agenda does list a per transaction fee of 30 cents. So it's painful to me to think about losing money from our parks department, which so desperately needs to show some profitability within the city because we have so many projects planned. So again, I look at cheaper solutions. I understand that Amelia is probably a very robust product. It looks fantastic, but I do have concerns about the overall cost burden.
Well, I hear you, and we understand that we want to make sure that we emphasize that we are going to be saving money regardless of who we go with.
Absolutely. Yeah, the ActiveNet stuff is horrible.
Yes. So in selecting our software that we wanted to go to, we wanted to make sure that we were able to deliver the community with a robust program that would be able to accommodate all of the growing technology needs that are going to be arising in the next few years. That we wanted something that would grow along with the city as we continue to grow. Amelia offered the best offering for that at a more than reasonable price. And we didn't feel that Rec Pro, given their history and given the demos that we had with them within the past years, within the past year, we didn't feel that they were going to be accommodating or going to develop technologically as we are.
Okay. I have one last question, and this would be to the Amelia representative. Are there options within the software to pass the processing fee onto the individuals registering within the software?
Yes, absolutely. If the city wants to go that route, you can pass those on, and some organizations do take that route.
Okay.
And if you don't mind, I just wanted to also mention, like Lisa said, we did talk to, this is Lorena, by the way, to several other communities around the area. We attend our Northwest Regional Group through MParks that includes several cities such as West Bloomfield, Southfield, Royal Oak, Oakland County Parks, Huntington Woods, so on and so forth. And before we made this switch, I did personally ask in that meeting with all these different cities on what their take was on who we currently use and who we were thinking about. And there was a lot of opposition towards Rec Pro as well during that meeting. Sorry, we don't have the exact cities that said that. We can definitely go back and get that information from you for you if you would like. But there was a lot of pushback in that group as well.
So I guess then the question would become for the Amelia representative, do you have any Michigan cities that you can point us to who currently use this software for their Parks and Rec?
Off the top of my head, no. I'd have to double check. We work with cities in Illinois, Texas, Ohio, Massachusetts, in those areas. So I showed you Louisville, Parkdale Park in Illinois. They're a pretty significant agency just outside of Chicago, nationally recognized, et cetera, et cetera. Lindenhurst is North Illinois, just sort of off the top of my head.
All right. Are there any other questions from council?
If I may, through the chair, could Emmanuel or Lorena or the representative from Amelia, I would like, please, could you please point out the benefits that would be beneficial to this community and to the workers of the Parks and Rec, as well as any who try to access this program? Because actually Councilwoman Mikulski made some very valid points, in my opinion, had some great questions, and I'm just concerned that these questions, a lot of them were not able to be answered. So in order to validate having this new technology or software, I would really like to know, again, the exact benefits of having this program.
Okay, sure. On the administrative side, I'll give a little bit about what we're looking at, and then I'll turn it over to William and Amelia to go into a little more detail. What we look at the side is the ability to be able to do a variety of versatile functions within our program. So we want to be able to pull reports from any number of different sets of data that we need to pull from in order to assess where we're going with our Parks and Recreation program. We want to make it easy for our staff to be able to lead people through their registration processes and everything like that. We want to be able to have a kids corner check-in system where we can just flash the phone and have them check in rather than us having to get a number or get a name like we have to do with our current system. And for our residents, we want to present them with an aesthetically pleasing and easily understood user interface. One of the big problems that we have with Active right now is their user interface is not readily understandable, and they also host a secondary site where they accept duplicate registrations for some reason. I've never understood that practice, but we want to make sure that whatever we put out to the Ferndale residents is going to be of quality and will facilitate them in easily interacting with us and easily registering for our programs and activities.
If I also may, through the chair, is it imperative that this contract go through tonight? Because I think there are some other questions that need to be answered as far as I would actually like to know just the basic questions that were asked regarding the other cities that utilize this, how they perceive it, and its benefits. I just think there needs to be just a little more time to just check out the program, check out the benefits, and see how the city's perceived. Would this be a problem for this to wait until the next council meeting before we take on a vote? Would that pose a problem, is my question.
You're offering a suggestion to table this item to bring back more information to council. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
That is exactly what I'm suggesting, yes.
I'm still uncertain what information is needed to help council make a decision tonight. The RFP process was followed internally by a multi-department team. User experience is critical here. The cost is definitely comparable and lower than any of the other companies reviewed. The transaction fee has some flexibility in passing along to the consumer if we chose to do so. RecPro was completely eliminated as a company based off of experience, former use, and we dumped them in 2014. So I'm not interested in going back to a company we dumped that hasn't improved. And so I'm interested in moving forward with council tonight.
So my question,
what information are you needing to make a decision?
So actually, through the chair, this contract would not start until if I'm understanding it, would not start until, is it July? Is that correct? If anyone can verify?
Yeah, I can answer that for you. So currently, we're under contract with Active until the end of July. And so we need to put the Amelia, if they are approved by council, we need to put that in process sooner than later, because we still have to train our staff, and then we still have to transfer as much data as we can from the Active database into the Amelia database. And then we also need the community time in order to be able to get acclimated with this new system and update their information in the new system. And all that takes time. So if it's tabled, it'll just push us back and a little more pressure on our end to make all that happen, and kind of reduces the amount of time that we have to promote this to the community as a whole. And one other thing I did want to mention that we didn't mention prior, another benefit of Amelia is that we can integrate the revenues that we receive through our programs through Amelia directly into BSNA, where some of the other software companies, we weren't allowed to do that. So that actually makes it easier for us on our end and be able to work more efficiently, as well as on the finance end also.
Through the chair, just to clarify, Lorena, you might want to just talk about BSNA and what that is. That is not a common term for the viewing public.
Oh, you're correct. My apologies. So I don't know what the acronym stands for offhand, sorry, but BSNA is basically our financial software that we use citywide in order to process any money that we handle. So when we take money in for our programs, it goes through our software system, and then we are then cut a check from, in the future it may be Amelia, but right now it's Active, and then we put those funds into BSNA to go to the appropriate programs, such as youth sports. So when people register for soccer, we then take that funding and then we input the amount that we receive for funding for soccer into BSNA, so it's accounted for.
And you would no longer need to do that because Amelia is integrated with BSNA, is that true?
Yeah, it'll be a more seamless process. Right now, it's about a 3 or 4 step process where when we are able to do that directly, maybe a 1 or 2 step.
It's more efficient.
Definitely.
Through the chair, just one point of clarification. The proposed agreement specified a start date of May 1st, 2020, which could be revised. I believe this agreement was supposed to go a couple of meetings ago to council for its consideration. That could be changed, and certainly the point by Councilwoman Mikulski relative to the processing cost of 30 cents per transaction. To the extent council wanted to modify that, that should be done as part of the contract.
Through the chair, thank you, Lorena, for clarifying the benefits, additional benefits of the program. I think my questions have been answered. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So
Mayor, if I may move forward with a motion.
Sure.
I move to approve the contract with Amelia Technologies USA to provide recreational management software services for the Parks and Recreation Department with relevant annual and one-time charges to be deducted from account 101-805-818-000 and recurring credit card fees to be deducted from account 101-805-815.000.
Is there support? All right, there is a motion on the table to approve. Are there any other questions from council at this time or comments?
I would just like to add that I'm actually familiar with the fees that were talked about, the credit card fees. Working with Ferndale Pride, we have a number of various accounts set up with Square and PayPal, and all of them have various rates that they charge to process any monies coming through those accounts, and the fee is actually very standard fee that I have found. I understand that it's not a fee with Amelia Technologies. It's actually a credit card transaction fee that we have to pay.
Can we confirm that?
Can you restate what you would like to confirm?
That processing fee, actually per transaction fee, that's a fee from the card issuer, is what I'm assuming.
I would think that Cheryl would be able to talk about that in regards to finance. I'm sure that she's familiar with other sources that we have to pay transaction fees and processing fees.
Council member, this is Kyle. I pulled up the contract, and actually you can see on let's see, page 2 of the agreement, section B, and there's 2 section Bs.
Is there any chance you could display it on your screen, please?
Yes, I could do that. So if you see here, can I just have confirmation that you're seeing this, because okay.
Yes.
If you see here, section B, these are the Amelia fees, which is the annual license fee. And then you can see here we have the payment processing costs and then the unit which they're being processed through. And this is the percentage that these merchants take, and then the transaction fee that they take on each. And then in D, you see the one-time fee for setup and training.
So I don't want this to become a lesson in credit card processing, because that used to be something that I worked in ages ago. Processing fees, credit card fees through the network, merchant bank, those are 3 fees. What I'm seeing in a per transaction fee is more than likely an additional fee. And if we still have our representative from Amelia on the line, again, I'd just like simple confirmation that that is not an Amelia fee, that that would be a credit card fee from the network, from the card issuer.
Yes, that is correct. It's a credit card fee from the payment processing company itself.
Okay.
If I may, just for a second, Laura, you were saying that it was from the card issuer. It's really the other way around. As the gentleman from Amelia stated, it's the processor of the credit cards that create that fee, not necessarily the credit card issuer. So it's kind of like a three-tiered step.
Right.
You have your credit card. I know you don't want to go into this, but you have your credit card, and then whoever makes those, processes those for us, is the per transaction fee. It's not necessarily the vendor that the software we're using is charging, it's the credit card processor. Because it goes from the vendor to the processor, then to the City of Ferndale's bank.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from council?
At the risk of bringing up something else entirely, I just wanted to check with Parks and Rec on the 3-year term and sort of hear from your perspective your comfort level or discomfort level with that term. It sounds like companies that we've used in the past, after a certain period of time, we have no longer cared for their services. So what are your thoughts about entering into a 3-year relationship with the new one?
I would feel less certain about it if we didn't go through the extensive vetting process that we did over this past year. We made sure that in addition to having a software that was functional and that we could present to the public and feel proud of, we also wanted to make sure that we were dealing with a company that wasn't going to engage in some of the shady dealing business practices that we've had to deal with in the past, and somebody that would be attentive from a customer service standpoint to our needs as the industry. Amelia is small enough to where they have the personnel there to be able to just assist us directly rather than having to transfer us to a bunch of different places in order to get the assistance that we need. So 3-year term, we feel more than comfortable with that.
And if I can chime in a little bit and add on, thank you for that, Emmanuel. And also looking at it from a community side, we don't want to continue to switch over companies, especially at a quick rate as far as 1 year or 2 year. We would like to give it a decent amount of time to actually give it a try. We think 3 years is good enough to try to, if we had to try to switch over and have the community go through this whole process again so quickly.
Well, these are all really great questions from City Council tonight, and I appreciate them. Any other comments? If not, I'd like to make a couple. I know that our staff do pretty vigorous RFP process and try to be as objective as possible. And having to do this myself for my own nonprofit work of vetting software, cloud-based services, software as a service, which is kind of what Amelia is here. Really is user experience, how our residents are going to act, security and safety behind the scenes from protecting people's privacy and their data, and then the technical support. So it's really important that we have all three, and I think their price points are in line with others. And Ferndale has a history of adapting to new technology and leading edge where we need to and where we find it beneficial. And I think Amelia takes us in that step. And while I really like looking at what other cities are doing too, I'm not interested in going back to what we dumped. Even if, it doesn't sound like they have improved their support or services for RecPro. And as another example, we went to Park Mobile and they didn't advance their customer service or support to city staff behind the scenes or in their front facing in their app. and we moved from Park Mobile to another parking app. So we do what's best for behind the scenes operational excellence, as well as making sure it works for staff and for our customers or our residents, whoever we're using technology. So I'm in favor of voting for this tonight so that we don't put undue pressure on staff of having less time to transfer and move to a new system in less than, like what, got 2 months to do that. So if there's no other comments at this time, we'll have roll call from the Madam Clerk, please.
Councilmember James?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks-May?
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski?
No.
Councilmember Polika?
Yes.
And Mayor Piana?
Yes, and that passes. Thank you, everybody, for that one. Next, we are going on to 8D, consideration to establish a polling location at City Hall and to close City Hall to non-election business on August 4th, 2020 and November 3rd, 2020. Madam Clerk, can you introduce us this?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. We have received notification that Autumn House would prefer not to be a polling location any longer due to the impacts primarily of the COVID pandemic, and they're having a large at-risk population there. And, we understand is that we abolish the polling location over at Autumn House, and I'm recommending we move it to City Hall and the council chambers. A big reason for that is that it is close and convenient for our voters. They're just down the street from their old polling location. It is our smallest precinct at about 1,067 voters. So generally they have the lowest turnout. And the reason that I'm also requesting that we close City Hall is due to the huge crowds that we had for the March 10th election. It was really detrimental to other business taking place in City Hall. So I'm seeing this as part of a whole process. So we would move Precinct 8 to City Hall Council Chambers as a polling location for the public to come in and vote in person. We will also have City Hall open for election business. So those voters who need to vote absentee, voters who register between the 14th and day of election also need to come into City Hall and provide proof of residency. So those are a lot of people that are coming in, and we're having them vote here AV on election day. So we would be doing those two things, and also moving our absentee counting boards who are currently housed in the council chambers. I have asked the police if we could possibly use their conference room in addition to the lower conference room and upper conference rooms at City Hall, so that we can have each AV counting board close by but separate, which I think will help a lot with the social distancing aspect of what we're trying to accomplish.
If I may, through the chair, City Clerk McGrath, what are you anticipating the voting process to look like for this coming primary election and the November election? In addition to that, what would be the hours considered? What are the hours, hourly suggestions that are going to be utilized for individuals to come in and drop off their AV ballots or to vote AV at City Hall with the social distancing in place?
Well,
I'm sorry to interrupt. Would that be better question be slated for the next agenda item, which is the election operations plan that will go over all those details for how this will do? Councilwoman Leaks-May, would you mind holding on to that question until the next agenda item?
No problem. Thanks.
Thank you. So I think all of those details are about to be dove into in the next agenda item. So thank you. You're ahead of the game. All right. So are there any other questions about the polling location change due to the COVID pandemic?
This is Councilman Polika. Oh, I'm getting an echo. Anybody else getting that? Sorry about that. Marnie, we currently have 3 teams that do absentee ballot counting in the council chambers. Are you suggesting that we reduce that to 2 teams now? Are you looking to make them bigger teams? Of separating the 2 groups, and I know that the conference room downstairs isn't very large for much more than 1 group, and the conference room in the police station isn't much large enough for 1 group. So I was wondering if what your plan was for handling the multiple groups of absentee ballot counters.
My proposal is that we would still have three absentee voter counting boards. One would be located in the lower conference room. One would be located in the upper conference room. And I am hoping that the third can be located in the police conference room. However, if not, if City Hall is closed, that does allow us the opportunity to use the upper level of City Hall's work area that we can accommodate to make that our space. It would be better to not have it out in the open because we will be open for AV drop-offs all during the day. So it would be best to have the police conference room, but that's not my conference room. So that's what we're proposing to do.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I do have one question. Can you just remind folks about the constraints or restrictions cities have on determining what can qualify as a polling location and why you're suggesting City Hall?
Yes, of course. Election law does require that polling locations be located whenever feasible and possible in publicly owned facilities, primarily city-owned properties. So if that is not available, nonprofit partners can be used, such as Renaissance Vineyard Church and Ferndale Free Methodist, who are hosting 3 of our precincts. To use a private facility is not preferential and not really recommended. If we were to use private property, we would have to have an agreement with them, and I think for the appearance of not having any no politics coming into it, we don't want to use anybody's personal facility. This is the city's city's building, and people know that this is an impartial place for them to vote, and we feel that this accommodates that best.
Through the chair, it needs to be ADA compliant as well. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So in summary, it's just we're very constrained on what our options are, and so City Hall is what you've proposed. We have very limited options to choose from. Are there any other questions? If not, let's have a motion to move forward and continue having discussion.
Madam Mayor, I would move to approve the Election Commission's recommendation to abolish the Precinct 8 polling location at Autumn House, and establish a new polling location for Precinct 8 at City Hall, and to close City Hall to all non-election related business on Tuesday, August 4th, 2020, and Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020, as submitted by the City Clerk.
Support.
Support.
All right, I'm going
We all
with
support.
Councilwoman Leaks May as the first one. So thank you for that. Are there any other questions or comments?
I'll just comment. This is my polling location, so I feel like I have to say something. Autumn House has been a great place to vote, but this is a really important concern that's being raised to protect the health of the residents there. And so I appreciate that we are taking this step in ensuring their safety in this way, at least for this year. We'll see what happens in the future, but for the rest of this year, I think we need to be careful and mindful of our neighbors.
And then finally, I just want to say that this is, at least for this year, as a COVID change. And I know that changing polling locations can be an adjustment, and that the city will work to its best of its ability to make sure that all residents are very informed of this change, so they have the right information to vote, to know where they need to go vote. Otherwise, without the pandemic, we would not be making this change. So I appreciate the city clerks and the election commission to adapting in this environment, and to our residents for adapting as well to a new polling location to keep people safe. And I request the police department to give up your conference room to the city clerk.
I second that.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, can we have a vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May?
Yes.
Councilmember Polika?
Yes.
Councilmember James?
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski?
Yes.
And Mayor Piana?
Yes. All right, next item is 8E, consideration of election operations plan during and post COVID-19. And Madam Clerk, when you introduce this, can you please make sure that you dive into Councilwoman Leaks May's questions about the details she asked previously?
Yes, thank you. So I will kind of start with, we work on election day. City Hall opens at 6 o'clock in the morning. We're here prior to polls closing, and we are here until all the work is done. Usually that's about midnight or so. But for dropping off absentee ballots and processing them, we will be here all day. We can accept absentee ballots up through 8 p.m., which is the time that the polls close. And so we are here and available for that. And this ongoing crisis has really impacted, our lives in general, but really elections is, to me, this is the most important part of my job. All that other stuff is very important as well, but, conducting fair and impartial elections and making sure that our folks are able to exercise the right to vote is of paramount importance to me. And I think it is also to the Secretary of State, as you'll know, probably have heard by now, she did authorize sending absentee ballot applications to all registered voters. So we had already we had already sent in our permanent AV list to the company that prints and mails our applications. Those are expected to go out by about the beginning of June, so within the next week. We also have a stopgap between the time that we send that list and the Secretary of State would be sending out to everybody else. So if the people who have joined a permanent AV list in the meantime have already received applications, they were sent out last week. So everyone will be receiving these AV applications, and we want to make sure that we are in the best place to be able to accommodate our voters. We don't know yet what's going to happen for August and November as far as the elections go. As of right now, the Secretary of State and Bureau of Elections are saying, business as usual with a lot more AV applications. But they are anticipating in-person voting, so we are hopeful that that comes to pass. I am meeting with our facilities coordinator this week to make sure that we have masks and face shields and gloves and sanitizer and protective plexiglass equipment for all of the counting boards and for all of our election precinct locations, so that we are able to very much be in control of what we can as far as making sure that we're protecting the health of our workers and our voters to the best extent possible. I would strongly suggest that people who are feeling uncomfortable, go ahead and vote by absentee ballot. I'm going to be putting together a video that is going to be the life cycle of an absentee ballot. So basically, so that people are more aware, not everyone knows what happens when you submit an absentee ballot, but there is a series of processes that it goes through, and I want to show folks what that is right from the point where we receive that application to when it gets counted in the absentee counting board, so that folks can know when they are voting absentee that it's the same process, that as voting in person, so that everyone's comfort level is maintained. If a lot of people like to vote in person, and we are planning to be open business as usual, but with the caveat that we're waiting to hear what the Secretary of State says on further processing. So one of the things I'm thinking that we can do to increase our voter accessibility for those who are wanting to vote absentee and not go into the polling locations is I'd like to add some freestanding drive-up drop boxes. So that would make it easier for voters who either have difficulty coming into City Hall, or not so easy to access the 24-hour drop box on the front of the building. We've looked at best practices in accessing ballot returns, and so we want to work with DPW to install some of these boxes. We are looking at a number of different drop boxes. We have some that we kind of priced out that would be large freestanding boxes, but they're kind of almost more than what we need. So we're looking at kind of a secure mailbox. The two locations that I'm proposing off the bat are the City Hall parking lot, so that we can put it in as a drive-through, so that people don't have to get out of their cars. They can either pull up or just drive through and drop their ballot off without having to get out of their car. I'd also like to install one of those drop boxes at the Kulik Center, to at least accommodate both sides of town. People, could get to those places. We would heavily communicate that those options would be available for them. Would also save folks who don't want to deal with getting it into the mail, worrying about, the mailing process and that sort of thing. We do have a number of drop boxes that we're looking at. I would love to have 5 or 6 or more Dropbox locations, so that we can, my staff had looked at placing them in most of the parks, and us going in, on a rotating basis as often as necessary to pick up the applications and the ballots. They would be secure boxes that, are used specifically for these purposes. A lot of them are left in locations that are generally unattended, like campgrounds and that sort of thing. So that is part of what I'm requesting for COVID support. From what I understand, these probably will be reimbursable through FEMA, because we wouldn't be doing this if not for COVID. So COVID is kind of our motivation for making this request. And also, we are looking at adding return paid postage for our absentee ballots. So that would allow us to just send out the inner envelope would have a postage paid, so that our residents wouldn't have to be paying to mail it. The postage is only used when the mail is returned. So if we are able to augment that with some of the drop boxes, and we're looking at more in-person hours to be on site at City Hall to take them in, looking at expanding our weekend and night hours over the week or two coming up on the election, given we have the staff to accommodate that. So those are kind of the requests that I am making as far as what I think we can do to make this process easier for our residents and our voters. We have a lot of older inspectors, folks, even if they're not older, might be more at high risk for COVID. We don't want to overburden our precinct inspectors. We think recruitment's going to be more difficult. By having more opportunities and availability for options of doing absentee voting, we think that might help both in the precinct and at City Hall. I have all the confidence that our absentee counting boards they're amazing. They can handle the higher input of absentee ballots, and we can always add more people in that direction rather than at the precincts if that needs to happen. So the budgetary context, the permit from USPS for the return postage is an annual fee of $765. As I mentioned, we pay for each ballot returned via UPS or USPS, so we only pay for what we use. As the Secretary of State is sending the AV applications, we are saving on not having to take care of that expenditure ourselves, which is a really good thing. That saves us on the postage for those, and also for having extra AV applications printed up. However, as the August and November are going to be huge elections. I believe that we're going to have a lot of interest here in Ferndale in August. My recommendation is to budget between $8,000 and $10,000 for return paid postage. I do not believe it would be that much, but we have over 16,000 voters, and we want to be prepared. So we don't, I'd rather overestimate and have that number just be wildly over than to say this is only going to cost us $3,000 and have that be inaccurate. So the recommendation for the drop boxes, the big boxes that we initially were looking at would be about $3,000 for 2 of them. But in the time since I created my request to council, we've been doing a lot more research and looking into other kinds of boxes, and we'll be working with DPW to make sure they're securely secured. And we, at this point, we'd only leave them out for election times. So they wouldn't be out 24/7 all year round. They would be out for the 75 days prior to the election, where we are permitted to start receiving absentee ballot applications, and right up through election day. And then afterwards, they would be removed until the next election cycle. Are there any questions?
Through the chair, would those boxes be emptied daily?
Until we have the ballots in hand, we would probably check them at least every few days to get the applications out. But once ballots are being dropped into them, they will absolutely be checked at least once per day. Most likely more.
And also, if I may, through the chair, I know that this is a different year. We're under some different circumstances. I appreciate all of the thoughtfulness that you're putting into keeping residents safe and city staff safe. And I'm just putting a plug in there right now before you or Barb sends me the email that I'm available if you need me for whatever you need me to do.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council?
Through the chair. So Marnie, I'll hit the easy item first. You and I have talked about the postage, the return postage issue for quite some time now. So you know how I feel. I'm very supportive of this. I think this is a great idea. And I have no issue with that. I will say that I'm a little concerned about the remote boxes, the ballot boxes, like in parks or even at the Kulik Center. My concern is what happens when someone tries to get into it. you know, at City Hall, that box is highly monitored. We have cameras around City Hall. I'm a little concerned about security. I'd like to know that that won't be a problem, that someone won't be able to access the box, or be able to knock the box out and take it with them.
Right, I understand. Yeah, that was my initial concern as well. And I believe that we could, I wouldn't purchase anything before checking with DPW to make sure that they could securely fasten it to location. I do understand, but I also feel we're anyways, it was kind of be another one to make sure that people don't have to, you know, get folks who don't want their car. But I would think it's something that is doing and, you know, doing right. We wouldn't have anything that couldn't. And we only looked at drop boxes that are very secure. We looked at drop boxes that just have a slot rather than a drawer open, because you don't need to drop a ballot or an absentee application. It just needs to be a slot to get the mail in. And most of the boxes that we've looked at have kind of like a two-level. They kind of go in and then it kind of falls into the bottom. So your ballots and paperwork are mostly protected from weather and that sort of thing.
Are we aware of other communities that have done something like this? And success or issues may have been?
I do not know that. I did talk to other communities. I just see Barb sent me an email saying that there are PD can monitor the Kulik Center from outside. We had a lot of communities did a lot of different things election. So we had, communities installing more drop boxes, communities doing voting, or more like a drive-through voting, and depending on what happens with COVID, we might end up doing that also ourselves, where people are primarily going through and driving through and dropping off AVs rather than doing a lot of the in-person voting. But I have not actually, I don't have communities for comparison.
The state of Georgia has approved drop boxes for absentee ballots. So I don't have a specific community, but the state of Georgia does allow that.
Thank you.
I do have a question, a follow-up question. I am concerned about the cost, considering that we're also trying to pay, on the agenda tonight is also talking about return postage, so we're covering that cost. And so I'm wondering how many drop-off AV ballots we receive now in comparison to how many received by mail. And I understand this election is different and we're going to expect more AVs, but I'm of the opinion that your really innovative idea here for the drop boxes needs a little bit more information on the security side for my interests as well. So that's kind of where I'm at, but where do you think the AVs being dropped off versus being mailed in, that differential?
I'm sorry, getting all kinds of messages from from staff. I I'm sorry. There's another message coming in.
Why don't you just turn it off?
I'm trying to think. I've got it right there. So if you're uncomfortable with the drop boxes, we certainly don't have to do that right now. The more timely thing is if we are interested in doing return postage, that kind of needs to be determined tonight, because we do need to order the absentee ballot the absentee ballot return envelopes, and if those are going to be postage paid, that has to be done at the printer, and that would need to be done now. So I'm certainly, the drop boxes are not as not as timely. So I'm happy to do more research and bring that back as a future request.
What I recommend as part of that is if you would, is the exact location and how the traffic is going to flow, the security of cameras, and tampering, and how that would all work, so that we can give confidence to every voter that chooses to use the drop box, that we have all those protocols in place as part of the vote.
Oh, absolutely. I wouldn't recommend anything that I didn't think was going to be safe for our voters. And as I said, I don't have drop boxes selected yet. So I do know that Jordan Smelly of my office has done a lot of work on this. He's going to be he wanted to work with Officer Simpson. He hasn't talked to him yet, to make sure that the traffic flow is the best that it can be. We don't want to hold up anything, and I'm definitely happy to look into those items that you suggested and make sure that we know about traffic flow, security, monitoring them, all of the drop boxes for future discussion.
Great. So what I recommend
through the chair.
What I recommend now is that we remove this item we table this, and then that the only recommended action on this item in front of council tonight would be the approval of the addition of the return postage page, and that would give you time to bring that back to city council.
Yeah, that's fine. That's why I put it as two motions, so that you could do an either or, either or both. So yeah, that's no problem to remove the drop boxes for tonight.
Yeah, and also please bring the ratio or differential between mailing in and dropping off on the AVs.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I did not answer that.
No, you can bring it later. You can bring it later to answer that as part of the AVs. So, okay.
Council, through the chair, again, Councilman Pollock, unless you wanted to go ahead and you had a question as well.
Well, I just had some confirmation. It's not that I'm opposed to this item. I think that's a great idea. And being involved in absentee ballot counting for several years, I can share with you, Mayor Piana, that when I first started working with the ballots, we had probably 500, 600 ballots come in for an election. We're now up to like 2,500, 2,600 ballots for an election. So it's a significant amount, and it's only going to get greater. The number. So I could definitely see the ballot. I could definitely see the benefit, but I really do want to see more information about the types of ballots. So I thank you, Mayor, for requesting that this be postponed until we have further information.
Okay.
Also through the chair, I received a question. Was it mentioned that all the absentee ballots would be mailed to all voters for the primary as well as the November election? Was that clear? Or was that understood?
That would be up to the Secretary of State. The Secretary of State for August has decreed to mail every registered voter, an application for an absentee ballot. So I would defer to our city attorney as to whether we would do that preemptively ourselves for November. It does kind of conflict with a former ruling by the Court of Appeals that requested AV applications or unsolicited mail. In this case, for August, that was the Secretary of State's call. So, you know, Dan, Chris, do you have an opinion on whether my office should mail them in November or?
Well, I think that we don't have to make that decision right now. There is as I've previously told you, a published Court of Appeals decision that would hold that it's not appropriate, but the Secretary of State for the primary has elected to mail it, so it's really out of the city's control with respect to that, and we can wait to see whether she anticipates doing that for the general as well.
Yes.
So everyone for the August primary, then everyone's getting an absentee ballot regardless, but November we're undecided right now.
Everyone is getting an application.
Application.
And it is a dual application, so they will have the option of selecting both August and November. And that was the same with the March election. So the way that election law is written and interpreted by the Bureau of Elections is that the application has to be a dual election for the primary and also the election which follows it. So for March, that was the March election, and because it was a presidential primary, it was for November as well. So we've had a number of people who've already requested both. And this application going out now at the Secretary of State's request or at behest is also going to be a dual application for both August and November. All that being said, come November, we'll be sending applications again. So we do keep track when they come in of applicants that have already requested a ballot for November.
All right. Everybody's asking great questions about the elections, and I think these are really important and critical because there's a lot of misinformation being pushed out in the internet world about elections and access to applications and ballots. One item we haven't really discussed yet, and then if there are questions from council about the actual fees or paid postage, the return postage page for the August 4th primary. It would not include the November election either. So are there any questions about this?
I do have a question. I just want to make sure that I understand fully. I think I heard you say this, Madam City Clerk, but please confirm. The concept of return postage paid, the city only actually incurs that cost at the time that the voter drops it in the mail. Is that right?
That's correct. We also pay an annual fee of $765 to have that postage paid permit through the USPS.
Okay, so other than the annual fee, if I drop my ballot off at the drop box, that does not incur a fee to the city for the postage. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
For the clerk, and how does the voter know that the postage is paid for? And that they hear a stamp onto the envelope?
It would say postage paid return or no post. Actually, I think the little where the stamp goes, it says no postage required. And we would also be doing a pretty strenuous communications push with voters so that they are aware of the change and, you know, to explain the reasons why, you know, to encourage everyone to be able to exercise their right to vote. But that's kind of why we need to know now, because if we don't have the postage paid return on the envelopes, which need to get to the printer, which we need to have by the end of June, we would have to just put stamps on them. And that would incur a cost where we'd be putting stamps on everything. So so that's why I'm recommending now that if, you know, it's definitely council's prerogative, whichever you prefer, you know, we're happy to do, but those are my recommendations.
Are there any other questions from council? We need a motion to proceed.
I move to approve the addition of return postage paid on AV ballot envelopes starting with the August 4th, 2020 primary election at an estimated cost of $8,000 to $10,000 per election as submitted by the city clerk.
Support.
So motion moved by Councilman Polika and supported by Councilman Mikulski. Are there additional questions or comments at this time?
No comments, Your Honor, but I would like to make the statement that I think this is really important. To me, no one should have to pay a dime to vote. And by having to have someone put on 55 cents on a ballot to mail it in, to me is a cost to a voter. It shouldn't have to be. The city should pick up the fee. Now, one could argue the voter does pick it up because it's paid through taxes, but at least it's spread out evenly.
I second that. I think that reasonable steps that we can take to make voting easy and safe in these circumstances. I think that absentee voting is the safest way to do it this year, and I encourage folks to do it that way. I think this is a reasonable cost for the city to incur to make it easy on voters and encourage turnout.
My question to Marnie is that this is just for the August election. And are we expecting to see another $10,000 budget adjustment for the November election? So this is a $20,000. We're setting the precedent to come back to council another $10,000 budget estimate to pay for the November election. So I just want to make sure that council is very clear on their investment choice today. And when would we expect to see a budget adjustment or the November election be brought to council to approve the same return paid postage again?
Ideally, that would be in November, or excuse me, in August or September when we review the when we review the budget for adjustments for the second half of the year. As you'll recall, when council adopted the budget in April, there was a recommendation to look at it again in August and maybe adjust it in September after we have a better idea of the impacts of COVID. So I would want to be making that decision in August, because again, we would need to order more envelopes.
I guess
if I may,
please go ahead.
I'm sorry if I may. Actually, I think my motion said starting with the August 4th primary, and it did mention the cost per election. So I think this really, the motion makes it implied that it is going forward starting with the August 4th. So we would have to vote to stop it or choose to stop it at a later date to not incur the cost. But I don't think we have to vote on it again after this date to continue with future elections.
Interesting, your interpretation. I interpreted it differently, that we would have to vote again. So maybe...
What does our lawyer interpret?
Well, the motion typically, Melanie, I don't know if you repeated the motion, but it would normally be under Robert's rules how you restated the motion. And so in order to avoid that question or controversy, perhaps, Greg, you can restate the motion for purposes and make sure that everybody on council is on board with the intent as you stated it, and then Your Honor, as recited.
Okay. What would you suggest as clarifying language, Dan?
Well, that's for council to decide. It can be either way. Whether you wish to re-bring this issue once you have more information later in the summer, that's certainly one option. Or as Councilman Polika indicated, as it relates to his thought on this cost being absorbed by the city, it could also be. There's certainly nothing wrong with the way Councilman Polika suggested the motion.
Okay. All right. Councilman Polika, I'll let you steer that motion forward.
Okay, I'll restate my motion. I approve the addition of return postage paid on AV ballot envelopes starting with the August 4th, 2020 primary election at an estimated cost of $8,000 to $10,000 per election as submitted by the city clerk.
Okay, so that's the same as the original.
Correct.
Okay. So if that's seconded, you know, and it would be my intent, as it seems the intent of the motion would be from this point forward, that cost would be absorbed until such time as council wished to relook at that issue. Is that correct, Councilman?
That is how I am interpreting it. If we choose after the August election to continue it, we no longer have to bring this back to council for another vote for any future elections. However, after the August election, if we choose to end it, we can choose to end it at our calling. Yeah, by not having it on the ballot, you know, or I'm sorry, not having it on the budget.
No, you would have to, as the motion has been stated, council would have to take a affirmative action to stop putting it forward and having it paid.
Through the chair, might I recommend just adjusting language and removing starting, and then offering the specific election dates, if that is council's intent to support this initiative for 2 specific elections?
I will amend my recommendation, or I'm sorry, I will amend my motion. It appears that we want to restrict this to 1 election. So I move to approve the return postage paid on AV ballot envelopes for the August 4th, 2020 primary election at an estimated cost of $8,000 to $10,000 for the election as submitted by the city clerk.
I would like to offer a friendly amendment to include the November 3rd, 2020 election as well.
I accept that friendly amendment.
Thank you. We got there at the end. That's what I was trying to make sure. I thought the language was too cloudy to say that it was going to include November because it didn't say November in there. So, all right. Okay. Madam Clerk, can we have a vote call, please?
Councilmember Polika.
Yes.
Councilmember James.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May.
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski.
Yes.
And Mayor Piana.
Yes. And on a final note, I just wanted to say thank you to Councilman Greg Polika for championing this. He has been leading it on behalf of the city behind the scenes, and I just wanted to say I think it's the right thing to do. And I appreciate your leadership on this.
Thank you. Happy to help.
All right. Next is the reoriented presentation from the beginning of our city manager on the presentation community reopening and recovery plan. Wait a minute. Sorry. It's 7G. Approval of the 2020 City Council Strategic Plan Services from TNCG in the amount of $8,500 to be paid from account 101-172-818. And this was pulled from the consent by Councilwoman Mikulski, and so I will entertain her leading this off.
So I really just wanted to go over this a little bit because I'm not familiar with this company. I'm not familiar with what they do. And in looking at the proposal, I didn't get didn't get a full picture of what to expect out of all of this.
Sure. The strategic plan has been something we've actually done annually with council since 2010. In 2017, we switched to a biannual update process that is facilitated by a third party, being Novak Consulting Group. The Novak Consulting Group works with best practice cities associated with the ICMA, or International City County Management Association, the Alliance for Innovation, both professional associations of which the city is affiliated with. So that's the credentials, that's the why Julia is a good fit. As to what to expect, the main difference that Julia offered to the strategic plan is creating the structure and the language to make it actionable. And what I mean by that is Julia helped facilitate the establishment of council's critical outcomes or critical success factors, and then creating a framework for initiatives and actions that could be implementable through them. So in the past, you have most local governments have master land use plans that are required. You have complete streets plans. You have park improvement plans, capital improvement plans. But the problem is most of these plans don't necessarily have alignment or activation embedded into them. So what the strategic plan that the Novak group helped us cultivate was just doing that, focusing on A, activation, and B, plan alignment. And so we've been successful, very successful in doing that, so much so that the critical success factors in council's strategic plan really creates the framework for everything we do and how we operate as a city and how we measure success. The third party component is important because we have found through experience that facilitated strategic planning sessions are much more effective at cultivating a co-creative environment between elected officials and appointed officials, making sure that we have better engagement and a better work product for such an important document, I think is key. And so this company will come in, facilitate the day session, which we have pre-booked for September 12th. They will make all the notes and facilitate all of the conversations back and forth between appointed officials and elected officials, making sure that we have very clear understanding about what the priorities were, what the priorities aren't, what the concerns are, and how we can get consensus. That all gets formed into a final work product that is uploaded into our live strategic planning dashboard. If you look at the city's homepage, ferndalemi.gov, and you scroll down to plans, you'll see City Council strategic plan, and you'll see a live dashboard and a progress report. All of that is the final culmination of the City Council strategic plan. And that is so important to make that visible because it keeps staff accountable in terms of making sure we're taking action on the things that council stipulated as their priorities.
Okay. And Julia creates that sort of written framework, the outcome of the session?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and that is consistent with past practices. She's done the 2017 and 2019, and this would be the 2021.
Okay.
Made through the chair with a considerable amount of input from all involved who are present. Any confirmation from you, City Manager?
I'm sorry. Could you restate the question?
I said just because I know Councilwoman Mikulski is not familiar with this. All present, we put in a considerable amount of input regarding what we want to see and how things should be implemented, and Julia and her staff puts it into terms based on what we suggest. So you'll have a considerable amount of input regarding this, just so you know.
Yeah, I would agree. City Council actually drives the conversation and drives the priorities. This is ultimately your plan in your day. I thought it was appropriate to move the plan up, which typically we would do this in the spring, as we mentioned when we did the budget process. Right. But we're going to do an intentional first quarter budget update. It seemed incumbent on us to make sure that we got this brand new council a strategic plan update that really reflected the dialogue that you will have in that day. And that dialogue will be published, and then those budget recommendations should be aligned within the dialogue that you ultimately adopt that day.
Great. I mean, it sounds great. The only reservation I have is I keep thinking about the phrase death by 1,000 cuts. And I know this price tag isn't big, But in real world terms, if our taxable, like median property tax bill is about $2,884, I think, that comes to about 3 households worth of taxes. And is a facilitator worth 3 households worth of taxes? And I don't know that answer because I don't know her and I'm not sure what this experience looks like. Again, it sounds great. I think that it's well worth having somebody facilitate the conversation to make sure that we're all working towards our goals. But again, I look at price tags because right now we have a very uncertain future concerning our property taxes and our revenue.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing that council does look at the price tags. You should be.
Yep.
From my view, it's less about the value of the facilitation and more the value of the work product that sets the tone and the framework for all of the resource planning and staff recommendations that you will be moving forward for the next 2 years.
May I add that I know this process is new to you and Councilwoman James, but we've come a long way. When I first got onto council, we barely had chicken scratch of goals on a piece of paper, and there was no way to determine where measurable results or whether or not we were obtaining them. And I think our residents are looking for the value of their tax dollars and making sure that they're getting the value out of it. And strategic planning, in my opinion, helps put together, move from short-term thinking, which is what our original goals were, to long-term thinking and goals. And since we have a 3-year budget that looks out ahead, matching up your priorities with your taxes, and good taxes are ones that allow a community to pay for public goods and services as planned. So this is all about creating a great process so our residents have real transparency around how their taxpayer dollars are being used to provide services and take actions on the items that they want to see their government do. So ultimately it leads to a responsible budget, which is all about trying to prevent problems before they occur. So it's a whole process, and the strategic planning part is kicking it off and making sure that council's priorities are adequately vetted and incorporated into the strategic plan and ultimately the staff work plans. They have to deliver on our priorities that council sets. So this helps set expectations about their responsibilities and their workload for the year.
Well, and I like that you said process. Of if we could ever move to a position where we're not using an outside consultant to do this facilitation and documentation, but instead we develop a process that we can use internally to meet our goals and to facilitate the conversation internally on our own without an external facilitator.
I would be personally comfortable and was prepared to facilitate myself during the pandemic when we initially launched it and we were going to move forward with the March 25th. The problem there is you don't get the authentic engagement from both sides, from the staff leadership position, the elected official position, if someone is dedicated to facilitating something and to making sure that they're capturing the sentiment and the clear intentions behind the motions expressed by council and the officials. So you really do lose, you distill the results, I would say. So I view the value proposition of a professional third-party facilitator who is proven just in this space with municipal strategic planning as critical to quality work product.
And if I may, through the chair, add, having someone internally facilitate, especially in this instance, has someone who has something invested in the process. Having a third party come in, they individually are not invested in whatever decisions and discussions are brought up. They have no interest in what direction we go, just that we capture the information down. I will say this. You, like I, have been involved in many strategic planning events throughout our careers.
Right.
I went in this the first time thinking, okay, it's another day of, asking, being asked questions, putting down a wish list, and then the wish list gets rolled up on a piece of paper and thrown on someone's file cabinet. This is not what happens. I was truly impressed from the first time. This is our third session that we'll have, I believe. From the first time that I interacted with Julia, she pulls things out of you that you weren't really expecting to go into, and we dive deep into things that we want to accomplish in the next year, next 2 years, next 5 years, 10 years. Those are conversations that sometimes are hard to discuss if someone within the leadership of the city is trying to also conduct this discussion. I'm very much for this project. I think it's worth every dime, and I'm not big on consultants. I'm really not.
That's great insight. Thank you.
I'll just add that although I haven't gone through this precise process, I have participated in the Master Land Use Plan Public Steering Committee years ago, which also facilitated conversations. So from that perspective, I did see the benefit of having, an impartial listener to help ask really productive questions, because sometimes we start down a path and we don't know where we're headed. The facilitator can help lead you to some, productive, precise, and as others have mentioned, measurable goals, so that these aren't just ideals and something without definition or concrete tasks to work toward. So from having seen that happen in the process of developing the master land use plan, I think it would be productive to have someone leading us in that discussion for the strategic plan.
Are there any more questions for Councilman Mikulski?
Nope.
Okay. We need a motion to proceed.
I move to approve the 2020 City Council Strategic Plan Services from TNCG in the amount of $8,500 to be paid from account 101-172-818-000.
Support.
Madam Clerk, we have a vote call, please.
Councilmember James?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks Bay?
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski?
No, but I am going to say one word. I'm just going to say that I hope to be convinced for next time.
Councilmember Polika?
Yes.
And Mayor Piana?
Yes. And that concludes most of the regular agenda items, and now we're going to move on to the presentation that was slated for the beginning, and due to technical difficulties with our city manager's equipment, we are now going to go over the community reopening and recovery plan. Thank you, city manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and the viewing audience who have been patient. You notice I'm not in the garage. I think that was my problem. My computer overheated because it was really hot, and I was overheating as well. So I think we're both in a better situation. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So this backup computer doesn't have the Microsoft Office license on it, so we're going to have to do this from PDF. So bear with me. It's going to look a little bit different. So I was asked by the Michigan Municipal League early on to give some insights into how we were preparing a reopening plan and a recovery plan in terms of COVID-19. And so I was happy to do that. We prepared a presentation, and I've adapted that presentation for council and the public tonight. But we presented on this, and we developed this really in the beginning of April. We were thinking about how we might do this. So with that, I kept this slide actually just as a kind of illustration of what I'm sure many of us are dealing with, right? We've had to all adapt to the situation at hand. And so this is me. Of course, I am the city manager, but I also have two children, Maya and Lewin. A couple of images that I love here that I'll just talk about briefly. I love how all communities are finding a way to find art and community and representing that through sidewalk chalk. I think it's great. This picture of my daughter on my head is actually them Zoom bombing me during a Zoom meeting early on. And this, of course, is my workspace. It's a navigating roadshow constantly. You just move from mess to mess. So I hope everybody can find some humility and humor in the adaptation of the work from home scenarios like I had. So discussions briefly. This is an outline of how we've approached the 3R plan, which is respond, reopen, and recover. We'll touch on lessons from history, and then we'll go into the 3Rs for us. So we thought about this early on, just reflecting on history and looking briefly at the Spanish flu. I'm certainly not an expert, and I'm not going to go into the history of it. But broadly, if you look at the CDC's website, they discussed early on, they discussed and focused the fact that the pandemic of 1918 came in 3 waves. And if you were to look at that website for more information, you would see that most pandemics typically have 3 waves, or most epidemics would typically have 3 waves. So we just kind of baked that into our assumptions that what would it mean for our community and our region to withstand this a second and a third time? And should we just bake that into how we're approaching governance right now? And we would say yes, we should expect pandemic tremors and aftershocks that will be likely to result in a second and third wave. So for us, these are our 3 hashtags. Although I think now social distancing has changed to physical distancing. So we'll say physical distancing, sanitize, and public health. Based on those assumptions, we were able to create a quick, rapid playbook that is embedded upon those assumptions. So respond, we consider as phase 1. We're currently in the response phase. That's months 1 through 3. Looks like 4. Reopen, phase 2. Conceivable to have that months 4 through 12, and the recovery plan is really concurrent to that reopening plan. The clear message is here, we have a deliberate framework for moving through this, and we are not having a short view of this. We're taking the long view of this. So talking about response, on March 13th, we really had to ramp up a response that was informed. Again, this actually goes to the discussion we just had. City cultural values and City Council's strategic plan is setting the table for everything we do. So during the City Council strategic planning, we with Council, adopted City cultural values, and we called them the 4 I's. So integrity, innovation, inspiration, and inclusiveness. That sets the table for how we approach problems. In this case, integrity, we immediately assembled an emergency response team, and we established meetings Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. That made sure that we had all the right perspectives at the table, and that made sure that we were all staying consistent with all the rapid changes that were taking place. Innovation, we were already prepared and equipped to handle remote work, thanks to City Council investments over the past 6 years. We were mobile ready since 2015, so that was actually, it fit like a glove for us. But we established telework policies and different program modeling for business operations. In terms of inspiration, credit to a number of our staff for just adjusting how they pursue their roles and how they pursue their priorities in a given day. So one great example is a senior outreach program that was conceived by Parks and Recreation Development in partnership with the mayor and Councilwoman James, which has since been really steered by Councilman Pollica. We've encouraged professional development. We knew that we had a lot of staff who were going to be working remotely or just sidelined for the moment. So while they were at home, a way to justify continuing work was through professional development, because professional development is a core cultural value of the city as well. And PPE policies for essential staff, really developing quick PPE policies and adapting and communicating those policies downward rapidly and quickly, making sure that everybody understood and that everybody felt that they were being listened to. That was very important, and that goes into inclusiveness. So right now, I'm still submitting citywide communications for staff. Typically every Friday, they'll get an update from me about the state of things. And that goes back to our response. Staffing levels, also part of the response phase. So conditions do change. And right now, from a staffing adjustment position, we've received a lot of questions about what we're doing as it relates to staffing right now. We are taking a conditions-based approach to staffing. So when conditions changed for a department or a program or service area as a result of COVID-19, we are going to make changes based on how those conditions will alter the revenue and expense picture for said department, program, or service area. So examples of staffing adjustment actions that we're looking at, we can use temporary furloughs. There's hours reductions. We're looking at a work share program that the state of Michigan has fostered that some of our peer cities are looking into. There's really no apples to apples comparison here. Every city operates differently and every city has different standards and needs. And so we are very much, again, sourcing it back to our strategic plan for our own, to inform our own needs. And we'll be using these tools as appropriate moving forward. Phase 2 is reopening our communities. We have 4 core assumptions that we are using to drive our reopening. We're going to be designing for physical distancing. PPE policies have been established for contractors and city staff in city municipal buildings and for public interaction with those buildings. Those policies will be implemented and monitored and managed in real time. We are going to operate based on the commentary or based on the guidance of our state and county public health officials. So the governor's executive orders and the county's executive orders are really going to help inform how we approach reopening, both from a public health policy perspective and just also from a timing perspective. And then health screenings and wellness checks, right? We're looking at, we've surveyed our employees. There's a broad spectrum of feelings on navigating the pandemic. So we are looking at how we can conduct internal wellness checks with each other, but we're also looking at health screenings as well, and it's doing a temporal screening policy for City Hall. We're actually workshopping a model right now that would be applied to City Hall that is also based off the county public health information. Step 1, City Hall. 4 initial considerations, and we're acting on these right now, but these were conceived in early April. We knew immediately we had to design the public line queues where there's going to be any public lobby around physical distancing. And I'll have an example to share with you in the coming slide about what that looks like. We have and will install sneeze guards for all cashier and public interaction points for any municipal building. There should be a safe barrier between the public and our people to make everybody feel comfortable when they're in the public environment. Public health information, we have a COVID-19 policy book that provides all of the relevant executive orders and public health signage through OSHA that have been ramped up and established over the past 3 months. That's all posted in common public areas as well as all employee common areas like the break room or conference rooms. And are we proactively screening? As we mentioned, temporal checks are going to be part of a policy of how we approach business. Here's an example of the work that our DPW has done in the City Hall while it's been closed. So you'll notice on the left, they've developed a stay back 6 feet decal for all of our public lobby areas. And we're installing those actively in all public lobby areas. In addition, you're going to notice at parking payment kiosk stations in the downtown, you're going to see a similar stencil that's been installed. It is encouraging a psychological cue for folks to just be mindful of not to line up behind people at public parking kiosks. So we're going to be cueing people not to do that. You'll also see our lobby. If you can zoom in here, you can see the sneeze guards which have been self-installed. They've done a great job fabricating and installing them. So credit to the DPW for doing that so quickly. They'll be installing sneeze guards and adaptive sneeze guards for other city buildings as well, based on the structure. You'll also notice Kleenex trash cans, more social distancing signs, and we're going to be installing sanitizer stations at all public points. Sorry about that. Step 2 is public parks. Once City Hall is open, that would be the first facility that would open at least internally, tentatively first, and then possibly with a ramp up to the public. We would look at public parks. And the public parks opening protocol is really going to be, well, let me back up. Public parks are currently open. It's just the facilities that are within those public parks are currently closed due to the county executive order. So consistent with our 4 assumptions, we would not make any changes until the county public health allows us to make those changes. So the skate park will remain closed and other facilities will remain closed until the county order says the conditions have changed that we're safe enough to open them. But when we do open them, we are already contemplating installing sanitizer stations and signage for our parks equipment. So playgrounds at the skate park, you're going to see park signage equipment and sanitizer stations for those to sanitize their hands before and after leaving any parks equipment. You're also going to see, I really want to focus on a sanitation point of presence is what I'm calling to. I think psychologically it's going to be really important for the public to see and understand that we're taking sanitation more seriously than ever in all of our public spaces, specifically our public parks, because public parks serve such an important role to physical and mental health for our residents. So we want to have that sanitation point of presence out there. In terms of parks events programs, it is old news, but we touched on it tonight. We have suspended all summer recreation programs. All summer events have been canceled through Labor Day. That do include the Dream Cruise. So we have a combination of summer recreation programming and special events. Those conditions have changed. And one thing we might think about is when recreational opportunities become more available, might we think about how we focus our recreation programming more towards around public health and wellness in public spaces. That is just something to think about for all recreation programs in adapting to COVID-19. Step 3 is downtown. This is really led by our DDA director, but in our view, downtown likely isn't open if City Hall's not open. And so, and when I mean open, I mean just generally back to the good order, right? In a new normal. So things that we're doing, we've convened an economic task force that has been working through the response phase. That consists of our economic development director, our chamber director, and our DDA director. So we have harmony and alignment between 3 business-first organizations in the city. And that is fantastic, the amount of energy and the amount of ideation that we're getting out of this group. It's fantastic. Business consulting, this is stuff that the DDA is already acting on. Again, these were recommendations back in early April, and they've already taken some action on this. But the DDA certainly is performing some business consulting, and they're performing some business support around raising funds to provide PPE for the businesses. And I'll let the economic development team touch on that a little bit later in the presentation. And then again, I think the sanitation point of presence, just like our public parks, our public downtowns are also public spaces. So as we have people gathering in the downtown at a distance, we should have some kind of visible presence out there about waste management. And step 4, arts and culture. This is thinking a little bit more about how we might leverage our community assets and our community resources. We have an arts commission, and we have other local institutions that are available to help us rethink about how we might stimulate the public coming back from this. I'm sure a lot of people are hungry for some kind of stimulation with really no access to museums, no access to the arts or cultural institutions, right? A lot of those are closed right now and have been closed. So if the public is certainly like me, you have a hunger for that, for stimulation. And I think the Arts Commission and other commissions might have a role to play there. In terms of recovery, the 3rd phase, this is also an ongoing phase with the reopening phase, we really focused the framework around 2 key points. 1, resilience, and 2, plan alignment. So to focus on resilience, this really gets to what FEMA's definition is for resilience, and that is the ability to adapt to changing conditions and withstand and rapidly recover from disruption due to emergencies. Pandemics certainly aren't normal, and let's hope that they won't be normal. But the point here, I think, from FEMA's perspective is to make recommendations and changes to make you more resilient than you were before the pandemic. And that's really the philosophy that we want to think about when we approach our recommendations, right? we can often think about the quickest thing that the quickest and easiest solution that we might be able to do to address recovery might not be the most sustainable or resilient solution. So we want to make sure that whatever we offer up today, that we could actually support, let's say 12 months from now or 18 months from now, depending on the conditions, because we just don't know how long these conditions will remain. And plan alignment. It is really helpful to organize around the strategic planning, the strategic plan in terms of the critical success factors. So this is going to be a common slide you'll always see me introduce when I talk about strategic plannings, but we have a 3-level plan, and a critical success factor can be considered an outcome area. We have to think about what must go well in order for the city to realize its vision. From that outcome area, we have initiatives and or projects. The specific initiatives and projects the council would want to support that would speak to that CSF, that critical success factor. And below that initiative or the project are the actions at the staffing level, the things that we must do in order to successfully implement your projects which speak to outcome areas. So if we think about organizing around that framework, it was really easy for us to contemplate a 5-point recovery team. So we took 7 of these, and really you could appoint recovery teams for all 7, but we chose 5, the top 5, in the interest of being nimble and responsive to get some really critical direct feedback from folks for City Council to consider during their strategic planning session and the budget update this fall. So the 5 we chose: economic prosperity, safe, protected, engaged communities, supported infrastructure, organizational and financial excellence, and strong neighborhoods. Those are the 5 teams, and by now every City Council person has been engaged by a project leader on a kickoff for that recovery meeting. Oh, looks like I had in a slide. Sorry. And now, briefly, this is just an example of some of the work that the team is doing. Jordan Torty is actually here presenting on behalf of Lena Stevens, our DDA director. And Jordan, are you able to confirm that you're on?
Yes, Joe. Hi, Council, everyone. How you all doing?
All right. So, Jordan, go ahead and just walk us through these 3 slides and just say next when you're ready for me to move on.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, everybody. As Joe said, part of the overall economic prosperity team, it's driven by a structured process focused on building resiliency. So while we obviously want to respond to the needs of now, we want to be mindful of impacts going into the future, how business operations may change, how public spaces may change. And so this is just a snapshot at a high level of some of the things that Lena Stevens and her team at the DDA are working with my team in the CED department on in terms of the different areas where we could provide this support. Things like walkability, paid parking system. So balancing these needs, I mean, there's some stuff that has to go back to, we talk about the new normal all the time. Well, there's also the normal. Assets still cost money to maintain. Services still cost money to provide. Amenities aren't free. And so figuring out how to balance all of that with a community that you're trying to serve that doesn't have as much cash flow as they had before and are looking at uncertain regulation changes, such as, we keep hearing stuff coming down the pike about possible reductions in occupancy limits. So if you've got to pay 100% rent on a restaurant, but you can only make money off of 50% of your dining floor, that's stuff that we're trying to consider here. And we're looking at these solutions in ways not just to respond to now. There's a lot of cities that, for example, you see outdoor seating on that list that already have, benches and picnic tables and things out there. Well, what if this expands into the winter? What if it expands into multiple seasons? If there are permanent changes, we want to be considering solutions that are resilient beyond this immediate need. And Lena, I give her a lot of credit because she has the foresight to kind of look at these and say, if I have limited resources now, a DDA has capital funds that are dedicated to a downtown, and she spends them all now and then has no other resources for later, well, you better hope your first shot was really good. So we are looking at these things, but we're trying to take it in that iterative process. And so we're learning from the cities that are already doing these things, and we're listening to our business community. I think that's probably the most important thing here. We want public input generally, but we're trying to look at this. We're going to intervene on behalf of our business community. We want to hear from them and understand from them, and we already have begun that process of understanding what are the things that are going to help you most, and how can we best, what lane can we best occupy? So that's from a land use perspective. You can see those 5 things there. Joe, if you want to move to the next slide. Thank you very much. It's funny, I'm following on a downloaded copy by myself, and I didn't understand why my slide didn't change, and yours did. So there we go. Anyway, economic prosperity from these kind of considerations, again, at a high level. We're looking at safety, we're looking at placemaking, we're looking at access. And again, you see that theme of balance and flexibility. So I kind of talked about that, the resiliency, and from finance. Again, these assets, and it was talked about on other items throughout the evening, assets need to be able to pay for themselves, programs, et cetera. So we're keeping an eye on that as well. We don't want to put something in place that we can't sustain or the businesses can't sustain, et cetera. But we are also looking at private property. You know, there are a lot of cities, including us, that are looking at ways. We've heard a lot of questions about, you know, are we going to do outdoor seating or look at public spaces and kind of create these opportunities? We absolutely are. But we're also looking at those who are lucky enough in Ferndale to have extra private property to do something exciting with and special with. Talk to owners like Otis Supply, for example, who has a parking lot. So not everybody has that, but we're also in this idea of balance. You know, your physical space is where it is, and not everybody's going to have equal proximity to that. So one of the things we're considering is how do we have an ecosystem throughout downtown where generally access is spread. So whether you're a retailer or a restaurant or any other kind of specialized service, is there an avenue for you, both a literal and a metaphorical sense, to take advantage of in this effort? So those are some of the things there from a higher level. Joe, if you could move to the next slide, please. So these are just, and I want to, if I could just bold and triple underline the word concepts here, because that's what these are. So we've looked at, this is just an example of where you can see how we've started to dive in and look at feasibility from the requests that we've heard about using public space, when we've seen the examples of other cities. We've already just started to take stock of what we've got and where we can play, if you will. And so this is an opening shot in where we're looking. This is all going to be driven by public input and business needs and feasibility. So that, again, that theme of balance. We're hearing what people want. We're hearing these ideas. We're trying to turn them into something that can be implemented and sustained. And so you can kind of see, I don't want to go super into every line item there, but again, we can come back to that if folks have questions. But for now, you can kind of see where we're generally looking and you know, the assets that we have and to put into play. So we're looking at all these things. We hope, we've been working on this. One thing I will say, the public space enhancements, I mean, our commitment to walkability over decades and some of the work we've done over the last 3 years to streamline our economic development services and the way we plan, the way we serve our communities, we already were kind of pretty well equipped to respond in this way. So that's kind of why you see these concepts sort of more fleshed out than you might think if we had just started yesterday. There's been a lot of thought put into land use in this community and how it plays from the different districts. You know, obviously this is focused downtown, but when you think about Woodward Heights and Livernois and Hilton and the other districts that we have throughout the city and how these principles might be applied there. So we have a lot of ammo at our disposal. In addition, and I've talked a lot about the physical stuff, I do want to allude, I mentioned placemaking on a previous slide. One of the things that we've heard for years from our businesses, and especially right now, is shared civic promotion, shared ad buys and marketing, and how can we boost business activity and awareness. Joe mentioned some of the practical standards that are being put in place. Can there be a credible voice that says these are the protocols that everyone's following, and this is what we're all trying to do together to get through this, and to have that not necessarily a certification, but sort of a common understanding and a common vision of what we're all trying to do together, so that everybody can have that team mentality and have a credible resource to turn to when they have questions or concerns. So we're providing, you know, I mentioned Open in Ferndale in previous presentations and council meetings as an initiative that the CED department has been working on to provide enhanced marketing and branding for Ferndale businesses. That's a tool that's going to be launching in the coming weeks along with the rest of these tools. It's going to be a tool that will live beyond COVID-19 and it'll be leveraged in support of these efforts. But that'll go along with the placemaking and the physical enhancements and ordinance flexibility. There'll be a lot of traditional, if you will, business development services that we are going to put on overdrive to the benefit of our business community in town. So, Joe, if you want to go to the next slide. And
yes.
That piece.
Back to me, and we can take questions as a group after the conclusion, and this is virtually the last slide. So one point I wanted to make sure that early on we thought reopening is regional, and so we would probably benefit all area communities if we could take a micro-regional approach. And so to that point, 9 city managers and other, I think, elected leaders have been talking about coordinating a common framework. So we've all been having weekly conversations to make sure that we're all taking kind of a generalized common framework that works for our each of our communities. And so the takeaway there is the sum really is greater than the parts on this one. As a region, we're going to get things done a lot better and a lot more consistently if we're coordinating on how to tackle these tough topics. And then secondly, the pandemic doesn't recognize jurisdiction. So Ferndale and Royal Oak and Hazel Park and Oak Park, it's incumbent on all of us to be working together to address the issues, the tall issues at hand. And so open for discussion now, Council, relative to the 3 Rs or any of the actions we've taken since.
No questions. I just wanted to compliment you. This is very thorough. I appreciate that you're looking at this from a long-term perspective instead of just a reactionary, like, let's get this done right now. So kudos to you and your team.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I just think you should be very proud of this body of work and that it's being seen as a model by the Michigan Municipal League. And I also appreciate your leadership in the city manager group for the regional approach. It's been very helpful in supporting all the other mayors and electeds along the corridor. So
thank you.
All right. Seeing no other questions or comments at this time, we're going to conclude the regular agenda and move on to call to council. And let me pull up my list of department heads. And tonight, I'm going to start with Jordan, CED, here at the top. Why don't you come back and do you have any updates for us tonight?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, actually, I have some exciting news. So as folks may have heard, Oakland County has been putting a lot of resources to the table for COVID-19. One of the latest is they've started assembling PPE kits for businesses of 50 employees or less. And so registration is open for that. The exact dates of distribution are TBD. We're looking at, in full disclosure, we're looking at early June, first week of June. But what I wanted to let people know is if you're interested, if you or someone you know has a business that's 50 people or less, email us at businessvm Victor Mario at ferndalemi.gov. So if you email us there, we will get you the registration link. Oakland County put this together pretty fast, so a lot of the traditional infrastructure you might see of like a dedicated page and all that other stuff is not there. Their priority was getting the PPE together. And so right now they're focused on, through their Main Street Oakland County program, providing this assistance to downtowns and key corridors. For Ferndale, that's businesses on Woodward and businesses in our downtown district, so 9 mile north and south on Woodward, et cetera. So that's the first wave. Oakland County hopes to do additional iterations, and we'll be announcing more details in the coming weeks about additional sources of PPE that are coming to the table. But for now, if you're a business that's 50 employees or less, the biggest thing I want you to remember is email us at businessvm@ferndalemi.gov, and we will get you set up with the programs that are available. But that's something that's coming to the fray very quickly, so we just wanted to get that word out.
Excellent. Thank you. Moving on to the city clerk. Any other items for you this evening?
Not too much more. Just want to thank you for considering postage paid for voters. I think that's going to be a huge step in helping people get comfortable with absentee voting. And, as Councilman Pollock has said, it shouldn't cost voters anything to vote. So we're really excited about that. Also, thank you for supporting my recommendation to relocate Precinct 8 here at City Hall and to close City Hall for non-election related business on the next 2 election days. I will get back hopefully by the next meeting with that Dropbox research, but I think we have until the end of June to be able to still make it feasible for this election. So I appreciate your feedback on that. So as I said earlier, absentee ballot applications are being mailed to every registered voter in the city of Ferndale. So my office has sent out 2,900 through PSI, our printers and tailors. So those will be going out next week. So a few people will be receiving them sooner than anyone because they came out from my office directly. And then the remainder will be coming from the Secretary of State's office, and I believe that those will be mailed this week as well. So they're coming from 3 different entities, so please be patient. If folks don't get them right away and their neighbor did, hold off for a few days. But if everybody doesn't have them by mid-June, they really should be contacting us to make sure that it's been sent. They can also check the Michigan Voter Information Center to determine whether or when their absentee ballot application was mailed. So that particular website has every step of the process, when they mail it, when we receive it, when we mail the ballot, and when we receive the ballot. So it's a good way for folks to be checking the status of where their applications are at. And we're expecting to have our ballots in by the end of June, so look for those in the beginning of July. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is communications. Kara Sokol, anything from you this evening?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have just one really quick thing in case DPW isn't on or doesn't mention it. The #1 question Communications Department gets from the public on the weeks of national holidays is my garbage and recycling delayed? And the answer is yes. Everybody who was supposed to have garbage and recycling pickup on Monday, it will occur on Tuesday, and then everybody throughout the remainder of the week will be delayed 1 day. If you're on Friday, it will be Saturday. So I just wanted to quickly put that out there. It's on our Facebook page and our website as well if anybody has questions.
Thank you. Next is the DPW. There's someone from DPW tonight.
Mayor, it doesn't look like Dan or Carlos is on right now.
Excellent. All right, I'm going to move on to fire. Fire Chief Peshab.
Hi, Mayor and Council. I got a couple things tonight. First, I'd like to just give a shout out to Oakland County Health and the neighboring fire departments for putting together the COVID-19 testing for our seniors. 5 of the Ferndale Fire Department also participated 3 times so far. We knocked out about 200 seniors last week in Royal Oak Township in 3 hours doing an oral pharyngeal swab. It's minimal discomfort to the patients, and it's a great service to these people. On May 29th, we'll be doing the Ferndale housing, and we'll start at Withington and move over to Autumn House. And so far, Heather has given me about 80 names. She hasn't given me the names, she gave me the head count. But we'll be out there on the 29th with neighboring fire departments and the health department leading this. And then we're going to move forward with some of the other group homes and senior facilities in the city. The other part I wanted to talk about, I'm sure all of you know, we had 2 hazmat incidents last week. So we had responses from the Oakway teams. They brought down the 2 hazmat vehicles from the north departments where they're stored. After the heavy rains, we received calls on, it was last Monday we had one, and then last Tuesday we had one, and they were in 2 different sections of the city. People were calling and complaining of a acetone-like smell coming out of their basement drains. One was at one of the restaurants at 9 and Woodward, and they had the same kind of smell the next day. We ran sampling on both of those days. The water, the storm water was clean. The air monitoring in the sewer pipe, or the drain pipe, showed that it had high levels of VOCs, which are volatile organic compounds. You'll find a lot of those in thinners and varnish, aerosol products, a lot of household materials such as paint cans and cleaning and disinfecting products. One thing that may have happened was the initial call came in on Monday from the person who smelled the odor on Friday in her home, so she delayed a few days. The product may have been dumped or possibly leaked into the system, but it came and went. We didn't find anything in the water, which is good. We notified Detroit Water and Oakland County Drain, as well as the EPA and Michigan Eagle, and our own DPW Water Department. If anyone has any of those smells, we had a couple more calls for those smells, and we went out to a few more homes, but we also advised them to pour some water in their drains. And then what I think may have happened was with the heavy rains, it may have pushed something down the pipe a little bit and made its way down to Detroit Water, but there was no explosive limits or anything like that. It was just a foul odor for a while. Did not find a source point for this, but we're waiting to see if the EPA is going to move forward with anything. So anyone having a smell like that, please call us right away, and we'll try and come out and pinpoint some things. Other than that, you guys all know about the floods that are going on in mid-Michigan. I'm just happy to say that the Oakway sent out 20 members from neighboring departments for swift and flood rescue. They're trained in that, so we sent them out and we were able to help them out for 72 hours. That's all I have tonight.
Thank you very much, Chief. Let's move on to the police chief, Chief Palazzolo.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. A couple things. Still receiving donations. I'd like to thank Ferndale Labs, St. Michael's Media, and VFW 1407, who all made donations last week. Update on accreditation. So we're 100% done with gathering everything. We're in a process of our mock assessment right now, where we have 2 individuals from outside agencies that have access to our all our systems and files, and they go through and nitpick it. So Barron's kind of fixing little things along the way. We're hoping to have that finished up here in the next week or so, and then schedule the full assessment by the end of June. And then once that is done, like I mentioned, there won't be any movement until September, until the actual final board mid-September at the accreditation conference. We'll have to sit in front of a panel and answer a few questions, and that's where they vote. Hopefully I have something for you. Beginning of October, hopefully we'll have a presentation set up, and we'll be awarded our accreditation. Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome.
All right, let's move on to human resources. Anything from Dan Jason tonight?
I have nothing to say.
Excellent. Finance, Cheryl.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to address real quick the comment that we had earlier about the drug forfeiture fund. And, you know, I realized looking at the budget that it was 100,000 and then 450,000 and then 100,000, 100,000, 100,000. We had a very large payout at the beginning of this fiscal year, actually $388,000 to the drug forfeiture fund. So when the comment was, you know, are we truly going to get that $500,000? We've already gotten most of it. We're at about 540 in that particular line item of, no, I'm sorry, like 515 of that line item of 545. So I just wanted to, I know that it looks funny when you're just looking at it by itself and there's no actual in the budget. So I wanted to confirm that those were actual numbers. This is probably the most difficult department to budget because it's based on, you know, how many drug dealers get busted and how much they have in their pocket and things like that. It's not anything that's really, it's just putting a number and hoping you're close. So we do know that, you know, we look at it, make sure that we're good. And that's why we budgeted so high, because we knew that that big bust was coming in for almost 400 grand. And I think that is all that I have, unless anybody has any questions.
Nope, I appreciate your follow-up on that comment. Next, let's move on to Parks and Rec. Lorena, anything from you tonight?
Yes. Sorry, this is Manuel again. Just wanted to, as you know, Parks and Recreation has made the shift over to gearing a lot of its effort toward the humanitarian effort and making sure that everybody, the community is, we're addressing their health and wellness needs. So to that end, just wanted to give a few quick updates. Gleaners continues to do food distribution at the Cooler Community Center. This happens every Tuesday from every other Tuesday from 2:30 to 5:30. Their next date will be on June 9th. The YMCA is doing individual meals every Monday and Friday. They are at the Cooler Center from 3:45 to 4:15. We continue to run smart transportation. We have calls that are available from Monday through Thursday from 10 to noon. To contact them, you want to dial 248-914-2701. We also continue to run our Meals on Wheels program out of the Cooler Community Center. They do meals Monday through Friday, and the number would be 248-689-0001. And also wanted to give a quick update on our senior outreach program. It continues to go well. We don't have any major concerns from any of our seniors at this time that have chosen to opt in. We've seen a total of about 5 seniors that have opted into calls as a result of our outreach letter. So we've added those to our list. And anyone that is interested in joining that outreach list should contact me, Emmanuel, at 248-544-6767, extension 505, or via email at ejohnson@ferndalemi.gov.
Thank you. Moving on to, I think there was something from the DDA tonight, or Jordan, are you covering that? I have it wrong.
This is Lena. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Let me make sure I have this other ear plugged in. Well, first off, I wanted to say good evening, and that this is actually going to be my last meeting for a while. I will be going out on parental leave starting June 8th. That will be my last official day if all goes according to plan. Jordan has done a fantastic job. We coordinate with each other every day, multiple times a day. So he's in a great position to be taking over leadership on several of the projects that we have in the works. Today, he presented those slides, and I think the next kind of big thing you're going to be seeing from us is related to the downtown land use. And excuse me, I do get a little bit out of breath. I apologize. I'm trying to keep this as calm as I can. But I'm really excited to see that, and I think I've been incredibly impressed with Jordan as well as Justin Lyons, the planning manager. To look at the fact that we have to balance a lot of things. It's not as simple as just saying, oh, can we close this street? Can we close that street? And so I'm leaving them with a lot of input on kind of where the DDA stands, and they've got official feedback from the DDA Board of Directors. So I think we're in a really great position to see a lot of movement start in June. And kind of to what Councilmember Mikulski said, I like that we're taking this kind of let's take a breath, let's not be slow, but let's not rush into anything. So that's really all I wanted to say. I am here hopefully for the next 2 weeks. If you have any particular questions, I don't want you to think that my door is closed, but we are definitely moving into delegation and documentation at this point from the DDA.
Excellent. Well, I wish you the best on your maternity leave and the delivery. I haven't seen you in almost 3 months, and so
yes.
out of mind to forget you for, we haven't seen you progress.
Yes, there's more of me to love now.
Yeah. So thank you for everything that you've done so far to position the DDA to be in a very strong position to hand off to your support system and backup during your paid parental leave, which you deserve, and I don't expect to hear from you, and you won't hear from me.
Thank you.
I honor that 100%. So, thank you. All right, let me pull up my list here. Moving on, I think, why don't we move on to legal counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just one item this evening. Earlier this evening, the Ordinance Committee met, and the purpose of the meeting was to discuss massage establishment regulation, and I anticipate that there will be a proposed ordinance amendment regarding the regulation process associated with that that will be coming before council in June. And that's it. That's all that I have this evening.
Excellent. And finally, city manager.
Just realized I was muted. Sorry. Thank you. Yeah, I will briefly just give an update on the DOT and what's to come in June. So tonight you approved the public security system. That was a budgeted item, but was treated separately because it's paid for through the drug forfeiture fund specifically. So actually, first I credit the chief and the captain for being willing to partner with us on that to help us enhance the security plan for that DOT. It's pretty important stuff. And as the call to action referenced, the ordinance committee is also taking a look at adopting the city's first ordinance language and governance policy around public securities, around surveillance in public areas. So that should be coming prior to the actual installation of any cameras. But that is on here because the lead time to deliver those cameras is significant right now because of supply chains, which is a great segue into the DOT. So construction was allowed to convene on May 7th. As we predicted at that time, the supply chains remain to be a question in terms of when we will actually get the product that we have already ordered and delivered. There's still a crunch in terms of the supply chain market. Second, the labor workforce, it's my understanding we have almost 75% of our workforce who's returned to the site and ready to begin working again. A lot of the trades haven't attended since May 7th. They've opted out to attend, so we haven't had the production that I would have liked to have had dating back to May 7th. That said, I'm confident that we will get full workforce hopefully in June. And as I stated before, we have PPE requirements and requirements for all construction activities in the city around COVID-19 responses. So we are regulating those areas for safety first, just to let the public and council know. In June, you can expect two important updates. One, there was an additional question about the temporary loan from the fund balance to the auto parking fund to complete the project. We've been pretty consistent about that since February. We will be publicly doing a temporary loan term sheet to city council for June, which is June. That what we want to record the actual loan publicly. So we can make sure that loan is invested and recorded for the duration, rather than just administrative maneuver. Secondly, we hope to conclude a renegotiation with Versa. Versa remains committed to the project and is still interested in developing the residential, retail, and office components. It's just a matter of adjusting the timelines, and adjusting some of the milestones and priorities for the city that we would like to see if we were to continue to renegotiate. My hope is that we will have a update to the development agreement that we have in place by the second meeting in June, but my goal is June 8th, council meeting. So we should have a renegotiated development agreement that is going to be updated at that meeting. And there should be a representative from Versa and our legal team here for that. Those are the two updates that you should see coming in June. And in June, I hope to have a different labor report and a production report and an estimate on timeline. But again, that's all based on workforce productivity and supply chain questions getting answered.
Through the chair, if I may,
Sure.
Joe, you mentioned that there's a good portion of the skilled labor that hasn't returned. Is that due to the union direction, that the union isn't comfortable with people returning back to certain work sites, or is that an individual choice that union workers are making? I'm just curious if you have any information that you can share.
Yeah, sure. I can't speak directly on the union's behalf, but certainly our construction manager has issued return to work requests for some of the trades. And as you know, we have a policy of doing all city work all city contractual work of this nature through union work. So we issued the call to work, and it's my understanding that we just haven't had the return to work yet from all the participants. So I can't speak from their perspective. That's just my understanding. Okay. I'm getting my report. Yeah.
Understand. I appreciate, I just wondered if you had any additional information that you could share. So thank you.
Understood. Thanks.
Excellent. And now that concludes call to council with city staff, and now we'll move on to call to council with our council members. Tonight, I'm going to start with Councilman Polika.
Okay, I actually have 3 items. The first, I would like to read the proclamation that was on the consent agenda for Pride for June. So I would like to read that now. The City of Ferndale is a community that values its diversity as demonstrated by those who live, work, and gather in our city. We, the City Council, support the rights, freedoms, and equality of those who are lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender. We know that the City of Ferndale continues to benefit from the multi-talents, viewpoints, cultural backgrounds, and economic contributions made by the LGBT and all citizens of Ferndale and throughout the great state of Michigan. We recognize June as the month when LGBT people worldwide and their allies recognize the historical Stonewall riots of 1969 as were brave individuals who took a stand for human rights and dignity. We support the raising of the rainbow flag and the rainbow colors of lights at City Hall as part of the town's celebration of LGBT pride and a symbol of its commitment to be a welcoming community to all LGBT individuals and families this month and every month. Our city takes pride in its embracement of diversity and believes that each person has the right to live life without prejudice and unfair discrimination based on age, gender, gender identity, race, color, religion, marital status, national origin, sexual orientation, and physical challenges. Therefore, be it resolved that the City Council recognizes and celebrates June 2020 as Gay Pride Month in the City of Ferndale, and we pledge to encourage the celebration of Gay Pride Month to provide a continuing opportunity for all people to learn about the discrimination and inequality that has faced and continues to face LGBT people, and that a copy of this resolution be sent to neighboring cities that border the great city of Ferndale, to the executive of the County of Oakland, to the governor of the state of Michigan, our U.S. representatives, to the House of Representatives, and our senators. Thank you. The next item that I would like to address is the temporary recycle drop-off station at City Hall is going to be on Saturday, June 6th from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. So that's about a week, little over a week and a half away. All items that you normally cannot put out at the curb will be accepted. Paints, oils, tires, electronics, styrofoam, batteries, and so much more. You can visit the city's website for more information about what will be accepted and information about social distancing requirements. Face masks will be required for all people coming onto City Hall property for this event, and that information you can also find out more about on our city's website. Or you can call City Hall, and if you can't get an answer, leave a message and someone can return your call if you have specific information that you need about the event. And lastly, I wanted to touch base on, Joe had mentioned earlier about the senior program, the reaching out to seniors within the community during this these troubling times. And I wanted to kind of touch base and let everyone know that the senior leadership of the Ferndale seniors have taken over this project. They actually started the project, I should say, back in March. Within the first week of things closing up and shutting down, they started calling all the seniors on their call list and people that they knew, just making sure that they were okay. And they continued to do that throughout the many weeks since. And we, of course, as a city have sent out that flyer with additional information, and I encourage people to contact City Hall if you have any questions. If you would like to be added to this call list, it's just a check-in call. And I wanted to share a quick event that happened with one of the calls. So one of the senior leadership ladies called someone on the list, and they were chatting, and the woman on the other end had a question, and she mentioned to this person that her daughter was getting her food and taking care of things that she needed, but she wanted to go out and get personal items for herself, but she was afraid and she didn't know what to expect. She didn't know what she needed to do, what she should be prepared for. And it was interesting that, you know, she felt really comfortable talking to this fellow senior citizen about her issues and what she could expect, that she couldn't really share that question and interaction with her own daughter. And so I really wanted to push and reiterate the importance of our seniors reaching out to fellow seniors and helping communicate with them about things that are going on in the community, just checking in with them. You might need something, you might not need someone to pick up something, but maybe you need to have a conversation with someone to talk about something that you can relate to. And I think it's important with our current program where the seniors are reaching out to other seniors. So I just wanted to share that little nugget with you in the community. And that's all I have for tonight.
Thank you for sharing that. I really appreciate it. And thank you for being a lead in that with our seniors. Next, why don't we go to Councilwoman Leaksmay?
Actually, I don't have much to say tonight other than, once again, you know, the seniors, it was the last day of school for the seniors recently, and I just want to congratulate them on a great year and a great future. And I expect that some of us, if not all of us, will be invited to virtual graduation parties coming up in the future. So, congratulations, class of 2020.
All right, thank you. Moving on to Councilwoman Mikulski.
I have things tonight. I posted on social media earlier today about one of the items on the agenda concerning the railroad crossing and our associated of the railroad crossings. I think that everybody is very upset about the fact that trains are blocking the road again, and I know it was bad last year, and at that time we ended up sharing some information with the public, and I'd like to share that information again so that we can empower people to sort of take action in the limited capacity that they can. You should report blockages through the online incident reporter through the Federal Rail Authority. The website for that is fra.dot.gov/blocked crossings. Beyond that, I wanted to remind people again about the OLSA service that is for seniors 62 and older and disabled adults 18 and older, that includes lawn mowing, snow removal, and yard cleanup of leaves and gutters that's of no charge to these individuals. That website to sign up for that is olhsa.org/older adult services, or you can contact the central office at 196 Cesar E. Chavez Avenue, P.O. Box 430598, Pontiac, Michigan 48343, and the toll-free number is 1-800-482-9250. I will share that again on social media in case individuals need that information, since lawns are growing and people may not be in a position that they can mow those lawns. And lastly, the grassroots group Ferndale Rat Patrol, I will be presenting on behalf of the group on June 2nd at 6 p.m. via Zoom to discuss best practices around rat elimination around your home, basically poison-free rat elimination, because we've had a number of poisoning incidents around town.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And Councilwoman James.
Good evening. I'm so tired. I apologize if anything ends up being incoherent. But I do want to make a couple of quick announcements. One is that tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, Ferndale Inclusion Network is hosting an online community meeting called COVID-19 Taking Care of Each Other, where we're just going to talk about various ways in which community members can help each other through this time, and especially focusing on the disparate impact that the virus has on certain segments of the community. If you are interested in joining this meeting, look for Ferndale Inclusion Network on social media. We do have a pre-registration link to help ensure the security of the online meeting. But we have an event posted on our social media pages. I think the Facebook page is the one where you can find the most robust information. And an example of ways in which folks are taking care of one another, in addition to the food pickups available in the city of Ferndale proper, our neighbors in Hazel Park, their school district is partnering with Perfect Pact LLC for the USDA Farmers to Families Food Box Program. That's starting this Thursday from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. at Hazel Park High School. It's on a first come, first served basis. Absolutely anyone can come pick up a box of produce. They have 1,000 boxes, and they will be there until they run out. They advise that if you're going to come, please drive to the back of the school and enter at the second entrance on Felker Avenue. Please pull around to the sidewalk up to the first person available, open your trunk. Do not get out of your vehicle. Larger families will get 2 boxes. Once you receive the box of produce, you'll exit out of the parking lot and right on Felker Tennis Courts. If you have questions about that program, you can email the superintendent, amy.kruppe, K-R-U-P-P-E, at hazelparkschools.org. And finally, just as sort of a thoughtful exercise on social media, you can also look for Ferndale Good Neighbors. That's a project of Citizens for a Fair Ferndale. Over the years, at various DIY street fair events and at some Pride events, we've asked the question, how will you be a good neighbor? And we've asked that question again, pondering, what has changed about your answer to that question? And in these times and with these challenges, how are you now revisioning being a good neighbor? We have a couple of photo responses on the page Ferndale Good Neighbors on Facebook. If you're interested in submitting your own photo, you can submit it right to that page, or you can post it publicly and tag Ferndale Good Neighbors. And I really do miss all of you guys. It's a late night and I'm really tired, but the longer this goes on, I wish we could see one another in real life.
Thank you, and I miss seeing all of you as well. I'm ready to get back into real life meetings or real in-person meetings. And so with that, I'm just going to close this out with a couple comments and one to remind folks about the U.S. Census. We're at 76% complete for the city of Ferndale, and that means we're 6% ahead where we were a decade ago. And we still have months to go. But I did receive an email, and maybe staff can follow up, but the county has informed us that census workers are going to start resuming field work and going safely door to door, following all the safety protocols from the federal government, and to folks who have not completed the census. So our goal is to get to as high as possible. Councilman Pavlica has set us a very high completion goal. And so just wanted to say, if you have not submitted your census, please do so. And if you know someone who has not either, please encourage them to do that as soon as possible. And then I just wanted to extend my thanks to our residents, staying focused and diligent on adhering to the stay-at-home executive orders. It has really been hard for folks, I think, in the last couple of weeks as we enter, our third month, and the extension was, the executive order was extended to June 12th to stay at home. And fortunately, the weather is getting warmer and we can be outside more often. But I do wanted to say that, COVID has no boundaries. It can be spread. We're still in a hot spot. And I just appreciate everybody that I've been seeing on social media and talking to folks, really concerned and expressing compassion for others by wearing a mask and extending the safety not only for yourself, but others around you if you have to go out into the public to do normal everyday activities like going to the grocery store. And I just wanted to say that wearing a mask should not be a politicizing mark because COVID has no boundaries. It does not pick political parties and what people lean towards in order to get infected. And so I know everybody has concerns about reopening, but please extend the courtesy of wearing a mask and following safety protocols to not only keep your family safe, but to keep everybody else around you that may be taking care of someone at home who may be vulnerable. So they need to be protected too. So just want to say thank you again for doubling down, following the orders, and doing what we need to do to get through this pandemic. Because I really don't want to have a second wave. We're trying to mitigate that as much as possible, and so is the governor. And I know a lot of the elected officials along the Woodward corridor are trying to mitigate that happening as well. So with that, please, I send you well wishes, and I look forward to seeing you in the future where we can gather in person. And with that, I am calling this meeting at 10:53. Thank you tonight, and thank you for tonight, and we will see you soon. Take care, everybody.
Night.
Night.